Hello, dear viewers. Support me by subscribing to my channel and share my video if you like it. And also, make sure you comment your thoughts. Now let's start the video.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Greetings to all of my readers. I know it's a bit late for that, but happy Christmas. And I hope you all have a wonderful new year. Wait, before reading this chapter, I would like to recommend that you reread this fic from the start. For those not aware, I've been rewriting this fic for the past month, so a couple of details might be new for old readers of this fic. Not to mention that I really hope you all find this new version of my story considerably better and easier to follow. As for the quality of this chapter or the recently rewritten ones, if their narrative is still a mess or I've made too many writing errors, I deeply apologize for that. Hopefully with your feedback, I can fix everything as quickly as possible. Please consider leaving a review if you still haven't. Sorry to bother you. Have an enjoyable read. Truth. Flashback begins. It was late at night at a nuclear missile testing site when a golden energy suddenly shined down on 3 of the missile pods, and the missiles rose up from their silos as the guards on the inside noticed and panicked. A red light shone throughout the area as an alarm sounded out. Security breach, red alert. I didn't authorize any launch, the lead officer said. Abort. Abort. We're not launching the nuke, sir, the operator exclaimed. Something's pulling them out of their silos. The missiles rose up to the Cimmerian wrath as the soldiers looked on in a state of shock. An explosion occurred near them, and 2 of Vilgax's drones came out of the smoke, firing powerful beams at the soldiers, slaughtering them. A younger and less bulked-up Vilgax walked out of the smoke and observed his handiwork, before 2 blue beams burst out and destroyed one of his drones and pushed Vilgax back before he glared at them. You're... The much younger conquering warlord growled. The memory then reveals 2 men wearing blue suits, with blue helmets and visors, with heavy artillery weaponry. It's over, Vilgax. You're going down, one of them announced through his helmet's voice filter. Many have tried. None have succeeded. Vilgax spat back, dismissing the threat as empty words. Until now, Slimeball, the apparent leader said, and he confidently ran towards the alien invader. Phil, wait, the other one, who kept a level head, warned. However, the one named Phil still fired his blasters at Vilgax, sending out tons and tons of energy bolts. But Vilgax jumped up to dodge them and immediately landed a jump kick to his head, knocking his helmet off, revealing his black hair and chiseled handsome face. The cautious soldier from before aimed his gun at the alien warlord carefully. Unfortunately, Vilgax had Phil locked in a headlock, and the other one was caught between a rock and a hard place. Vilgax aimed his blaster at Phil's head. While this predicament was happening, the other drone was at the computer on one of the missiles and hacked into it, initiating the missile launch. Back away, or watch one of your cities be destroyed. Vilgax threatened as the ceiling of the facility opened and prepared the missile launch. The other soldier looked on in shock as Vilgax aimed his blaster at him. Put the weapon down. Now, Vilgax warned him for the last time. The soldier sighed as he dropped his blaster and put his hands up. You can't just let him get away, Phil shouted. Never said I would, kid, the soldier said as he shot out his fist, revealing a hidden blaster strapped to his wrist that blasted Vilgax, knocking the weapon out of his hand and sending it sliding across the floor. Phil took advantage of this and elbowed Vilgax in the face, freeing him from his grip, and he pushed him back towards his drone. Unfortunately, the drone had just finished activating the launch as the coding turned from red to green. You're too late, Vilgax gloated. Wrong. My timing is perfect. The soldier boasted as he kicked his weapon into his hand and fired, revealing a sort of sticky gel that stuck Vilgax and his drone to the missile as it was launching. Vilgax struggled to get free, but it was too late as the missile left the facility and the alien invader shouted, No. What are you doing? Phil asked as the other soldier removed his helmet, revealing himself to be a younger Max Tennyson with red hair. Sending Vilgax out with a bang, Max said. Tenny soon, Vilgax growled as the missile collided with his ship, causing a massive explosion, seemingly destroying everything it came into contact with. Back to present day. In Maya's POV, and then Kablamo, Max finished his story as both me and the girls were listening. No more Vilgax, or so I thought. Until today. Whoa, Kate said, amazed at the story before asking with stars in her eyes. So you were a real hero. Strangely enough, Lucy was the one acting less excited this time after hearing a bit of the story, a noticeable difference from her regular self that even Max became aware of. I didn't always do things I was proud of. I was just a guy doing a necessary job that I knew not many were capable of. The older man explained while looking at Lucy. Your parents already knew about my past when they trusted me with keeping you safe for this summer vacation. Excuse me, Gwen interrupted with a raised eyebrow. But exactly what was that job, and how does Lucy have anything to do with that? Max hesitated for a moment, but as he continued driving, he eventually found himself further explaining his past. We called ourselves the plumbers. Officially, we didn't exist. We were the guys who fixed the problems no one else could. Extraterrestrial, extrasensory, extraordinary. As for Lucy, her family has a bit of a complicated history with our organization. So that chamber you brought us back to meant Rushmore, Kate started, was an old plumber base. Max confirmed with a nod. So all this time we've been doing our heroics, we've been following in your footsteps. Kate realized before hugging my neck with an arm over my shoulder. We're plumbers in training. That's so dope. And you knew about the Omnitrix the whole time? I finally asked, not really bothered by the invasion of my personal space. Not really, Max quickly admitted. Just rumors and scuttlebutt. Having always considered it to be a myth, I was as surprised as you when it showed up here on Earth. You always told us that we could tell you anything, I said, still not fully satisfied about Max's explanation. Guess you didn't feel the same. Gwen then got a concerned look on her face as she looked at her grandfather. Do our parents know who you really are? No, Max immediately said. I never told either of my sons what I really did. As far as they were concerned, I was just an ordinary plumber. That's a matter on a need-to-know basis only. The less people need to know, the better. Guess that's your answer to everything, isn't it, Grandpa? I asked rather provocatively before asking some questions I'd been struggling to understand. I can comprehend the concept of not scaring the masses about the existence of extraterrestrial life. But don't you think that now, with the plumbers no longer active, people need to know about it? For them at the very least to not be sitting ducks for any alien bastard wanting to have their way with us. I mean, what would have happened to Aunt Vera if we hadn't visited her? Max took that in for a moment, unable to come up with a proper response, before eventually confessing not having an answer to that. I don't know, I guess I never really considered that possibility. That's messed up. But what about my father? Kate suddenly asked, releasing me from her hug as she was finally ready to reveal another piece of her own past. We were from Bellwood. Before he passed away, I recalled him telling about his adventures in space. At first I thought he just was a regular astronaut that enjoyed making up stories just to put me to sleep. Wait, you are from Bellwood? Gwen asked incredulously. Really? How could we have never met earlier on, and why didn't you say so before? You guys never asked. Besides, I wasn't really taking the news of my father's death and my mother finding another substitute for him all that well. Kate shrugged, explaining it in a way that appeared dismissively, but she still reached for the car key on her necklace. Took me a while, but after hearing your last name and seeing so much of him in you, I eventually realized that you were Devin's kid. And yes, your father was also a plumber, Max admitted, earning Kate and everyone else's complete attention. All plumber agents are great soldiers. Our lives were discipline, duty, battle, secrets, and death. Our job was grim, and we greeted it grimly. I should have known. Kate half whispered more to herself, but Max clearly wasn't done talking about his best partner. But Devin Levin was unlike the rest of us. He wore a smile even in the worst of times. He was happy. He inspired us to hope that though we were expendable soldiers dedicating our lives so others could live in peace and safety, yet there was humanity in us, all of us, goodness. When the day came for him to lay down his life for the mission, his sacrifice saved countless others, including me, and turned the tide in our favor. I gave your mother the news of his passing myself, and buried him with all the honors of our custom. His memory was, and still is, a comfort in dark times. Max then pulled the rust bucket over onto the side of the road once some emergency vehicles pulled up behind him, blaring their sirens out. As Kate received some support from both Gwen and Lucy, offering her hugs and tissues, the punkish girl was a bit tougher than they gave her credit for. Surprising everyone, Kate immediately turned to look at Max with a proud smile on her face. "All right, this could be a chance for us to honor the plumber's legacy, or perhaps even bring back the family business." "Sorry, kiddo, but there is no family business," Max said apologetically. "My hero days were over a long time ago." "Well, ours are just getting started," I said just as Kate was about to argue. "And I kind of have been planning for the world to know that there's someone behind the aliens that have been showing up." "Ben, are you really?" Gwen began telling him. "I mean, the three of us have occasionally made our appearances after stopping crime, but you always said that you would rather avoid exposing yourself." "Relax. I'm not really going to reveal who I am either," I replied as I activated my Omnitrix and selected my uniform mode before donning my much more advanced biosuit. My Omnisuit serves as a perfect foil for my identity. It will reveal that the alien appearances are really just one hero and that my identity will still be top secret. On Earth it might not matter all that much, but the rest of the universe will have to acknowledge that Earth is under the protection of the wielder of the Omnitrix. Hopefully that will be enough to make most aliens up to no good to think twice before messing with us. "Ben, I can understand your logic," Max told me. "It makes perfect sense, but I must warn you that this is a one-way ticket. People might not know your identity, but once you present yourself as a hero, people will start to keep track of your mistakes much more attentively than before." "Good. Accountability was always in my plans," I quickly replied before opening the door of the RV. "Then I guess it's hero time," Kate said with a cheer. Soon after, our group eventually arrived at a building that resembled a city hall. Moments before the firefighter popped up and the owner of the building walked toward him, concerned clear in his demeanor. "Stand aside, boys. Mulder and Scully aren't around, so I believe the supernatural are our jurisdiction," I said, smiling at my own reference, as I arrived in my Kineseleran XRL-8 form, while carrying both Kate and Lucy, who were already transformed to hide their own identities, with Gwen also disguised and hovering on her hardlight board just a few seconds after me. "Who are we? Give us about 5 minutes to find out," Gwen announced to the people worried that we were friends with the alien wreaking havoc inside the nearby building. We then walked up to the door as I turned into my Petrosapian diamond head form, whilst bowing to the girls, dramatically announcing, "Ladies first." They thanked me while Kate took the lead and opened the door. All of us got on our guard as we walked in until Kate asked no one in particular, "Okay, who's the punk giving us a bad name?" We then heard a growling as an alien with a red exoskeleton and black claws roared at us, and we soon realized it was only about 2 feet tall. The girls couldn't help snickering and laughing in hysterics at how minuscule the creature was, to the point Kate's side started hurling. The alien, with its feelings hurt, picked up a rock and tossed it at Kate, and it struck her in the head, momentarily stunning her at the creature's audacity. "You picked a bad day to be an alien, pal," she immediately said in a threatening way, before faltering for a moment and turning to both me and Lucy. "No offense, none taken," we both replied before Kate lunged at the alien, who jumped out of the way, and she slammed into the fountain as the alien stuck its tongue out at us. It then leaped into the fountain and guzzled a ton of water and spat it back out at Kate as she was still getting up, who just glared back at it given her current form of being coated in metal. "Arg, that little pest is trying to rust me away," Kate groaned in annoyance. "Oh, you are so going down." However, tried as she did, the creature was just too slippery for her to get a proper hold of it. Both me and the other girls couldn't help but chuckle at what just happened. Eventually, I felt a bit sorry for how many times the creature sprayed more water on her. "Hey, Kate, need some help?" I finally asked while both Lucy and Gwen kept struggling to hold their laughter at the situation. "Don't any of you dare take this away from me, especially you, Tennyson," Kate immediately replied, her eyes glowing with rage. "You've come just to help take any big guy we three can't possibly handle." This pipsqueak is mine. Suit yourself, I said with a comprehensive nod followed by a shrug. We continued to follow Kate as she continued chasing the alien run through the hallowed building, eventually losing sight of it. I finally said, Kate, I know you want to prove yourself worthy of following the steps of your father, but he wouldn't want us to have that creature get away and hurt others. Yeah, I know, you are right, she replied while still recovering her breath. Let's split up. That wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I mean, I could speed around as my Kineseller and XRL8 transformation and cover this entire city in less than an hour, but I knew that she also knew that I could do that and therefore didn't think there was any real danger that this troublemaker would pose to the community. Meanwhile, outside, the rust bucket had pulled up to the building, with Max exiting the vehicle and asking the nearest person, "Anyone see a group of alien heroes walk through here?" Kate's POV. After a couple of minutes of splitting our group, both me and Lucy were left investigating the whereabouts of our target on the right side of the building. However, the silence between us was already starting to annoy both of us. So, Lucy tried to make small talk with me. "You want to join the plumbers? To be just like your father?" "Honestly, nah, I'm doing fine," I casually rebutted. "Sure, I've got great respect for what he did and what he still represents, but I don't picture myself as a space cop that goes around risking my life for people that would have called me a freak if they had the chance." "I see. So why did you join us in stopping crime?" Lucy asked, not in an accusatory tone, but one of genuine curiosity. "I mean, just recently, you were almost finished by that crazy squid dude that was after Ben's watch." "That was different. Ben needed me to help keep you guys safe, and you better believe I would have done it all again if it meant helping him out. I just hope not to be taken down so easily this time." I turned to face her while bearing a serious expression. "I mean, even if that massive bastard had succeeded in taking Ben with him to outer space, I don't know how, but I wouldn't stop until I found a way to bring Ben back." "Same for me," Lucy admitted, again more serious than her usual self. "What's up with you?" I finally asked. "I mean, I know you have a massive crush on Ben, who doesn't?" At that, Lucy actually blushed. "But why did you ask me if I wanted to join the plumbers?" "Grandpa mentioned that there's some convoluted backstory between them and your kind. Sorry if that offends you." Lucy actually laughed and snorted like she usually did. "You are not offending me by pointing out the obvious." She then brought her focus to her muddy appearance. "I'm not half human or a mutant. I'm an alien from a different species. As for the Linnepan's history with the plumbers, I don't know much beyond what I've heard from my parents." "Your alien parents, right?" I asked, still a bit uncomfortable with the subject. "I mean, you weren't adopted by humans, right?" "No, silly." Lucy smiled at me before switching places and started to lead our search, although I am indeed an outlier from my kind because I was born here on Earth. She stopped for a moment just to check if I was still following her. "The plumbers and the Linnepans have been at war for generations, but a few years ago, both groups' children, my cousin Camille and one of Ben's relatives named Joel, met and became close. A truce was forged from that single relationship. It was what the most reasonable amongst both groups had so long been waiting for." "I see," I acknowledged it while finding the whole scenario an unexpected cliché. "A bit too Romeo and Juliet, don't you think?" Lucy suddenly turned to face me for a moment and said with a dreamy smile, "I think it's really romantic." Still a bit flabbergasted, I managed to only say, "Okay." As I backed up slightly from Lucy's antics, I suddenly backed into a man with black hair and a slightly grizzled face, wearing a blue suit with heavy weaponry. We all gasped at one another. "Who are you?" the three exclaimed to each other. "Who am I? Who are you?" The man then used his freezing blaster and fired at Lucy, solidifying part of her torso before he kicked her back into the desks. Pointing another weapon at point blank against my chest, he stopped me from reacting harshly. "Today's my lucky day. 3 aliens for the price of 1, and one of them had to be a Linnepan, some of the toughest, meanest, nastiest beings in the galaxy," he announced proudly before firing his stun pistol. "Just sit tight, freaks. I'll be back in a minute." It was then that the final adversary he thought he had easily neutralized grabbed the pistol he just fired. Despite the considerable quantity of energy it was capable of discharging, I just looked at him with bright blue eyes and grabbed him by the collar of his special suit. "Don't call us freaks," I demanded angrily while breaking the weapon with my other hand. However, before I could do anything more than that, I heard a familiar voice. "That's enough, Kate." I heard Ben's voice as he was followed by both Gwen, who was carrying a special cage of crystal with something struggling to escape it, and Grandpa Max, who unbeknownst to me recognized the suit of the man I had in my grasp. "Tennyson," I turned to Ben, anger still flooding my mind despite my belt working properly. "This piece of nutjob just attacked us," I explained as they eventually sighted Lucy, still struggling to get over her frozen torso. Before I could say anything else, however, in less than a second, I was startled by the image of Ben punching the strange man so fast I could barely register it, and in return instinctively release my own grasp over the man's suit. Ben's punch was so strong that it easily cracked the man's helmet and pushed him a couple of feet from where I was holding him. "Wow," I said while looking at Ben, now sounding just like Lucy so oftenly did. Ben then immediately turned from his human uniform form into his pyronite heat blast and moved to help Lucy after making sure I was fine. As the strange man groaned in pain, he still managed to mutter a name, Tennyson. The man then struggled to recover for a moment as he removed his badly damaged helmet. Spitting a bit of blood and a tooth, he eventually looked over their group and his face beamed as his eyes landed on a familiar face. "Max, thank goodness you showed up." "Phil," Max realized as he walked over and helped his once partner to get up, with me and the girls then looking on in shock at the two. "You know this guy, Grandpa?" Ben asked, more coldly than his usual self, but unbeknownst to me even he knew who this man was. "You can say that, buddy." "Hey." "Ouch. Impressive punch, by the way," Phil said, his teeth still red from the bleeding he caused on the man. "We used to be partners back when this guy was still a plumber." He then stopped and looked around, quickly understanding the misunderstood situation. I think I owe you guys a massive apology." Later on, we all exited the building as Ben, Gwen, Lucy and me morphed back to our normal attire, while both Max and Phil began catching up. Max's POV. We eventually reached the hotel Phil was staying at, noticing almost immediately that it indeed was a luxury suite that was enough to house 10 people if necessary. "Havoc beast, huh?" I turned to my old partner after learning about the alien Ben and Gwen had caught. "I haven't seen one of those since the one we caught terrorizing Denver years ago." "Yeah, well, it sort of was bound for us to stop it again. You know, once a plumber, always a plumber," Phil said, dismissively of my previous claim, while holding a bag of ice next to his face. The older plumber had been apologizing to the kids for an entire hour before that. "You ever think about getting back in the game, Max? You know, relive the glory days and all?" "Before? Of course. All the time. But nowadays, no thanks, I'm happily retired." I told him frankly, and from what I was led to believe, so are the plumbers. "Yeah, I've heard that too, thanks to you," Phil told me with a smile that didn't seem quite genuine. "Once you put Vilgax out of the picture, the work just seemed to dry up. I was just doing my job." I put it simply before asking something I should have started our conversation with. "So, how are you?" "Pretty good considering I've been having quite a lot of work." "Sure. This time you got to the Havoc Beast first, but just yesterday I found—" He lingered, almost as if he was trying to come up with a proper way to frame it. "2 Vulpamancers tearing up a meat factory plant on Highway 4. "Vulpamancers?" I questioned, finding something really weird about that fact, however. Noticing the girls' confused looks, I quickly explained. "Ben's large orange hound transformation. Yeah, they were about to finish me after we scuffled, but fortunately I had a sonic screech with me. You know, with the right frequency humans might not hear it, but Vulpamancers, well, they can be easily incapacitated by the sound." "Indeed," I agreed, though I just couldn't help myself from exposing just how suspicious I was starting to get. "Quite lucky for you to have brought along a sonic pitch whistle with you." "You can say that again. Anyway, from experience like those, it looks to me like things are picking back up again. I'm starting my own freelance plumber business." Phil told me, though I could see he was also trying to get a reaction from the kids. It's fate that we all met up, you know. I think this could be the beginning of a new partnership. Phil, I'm flattered you appreciate what we did, but you can't bring back the past. I could finally see where the conversation was going until the two of us heard one of the kids' voices. Ben, I'm fine, don't worry. I sort of got used to being turned into a popsicle by now. Besides, the guy already apologized and you gave him a purple eye, Lucy said while stuffing herself silly with the room service tray. Meanwhile, Kate had begun looking over Phil's film collection and Gwen was about to start reading in a rather comfy chair. I can't stress enough how sorry I am, Lucy. I didn't know you were one of the mans. Phil apologized again, this time feeling like explaining his motives. But in my defense, it's not like the peace treaty hadn't been defied by a couple of rogue Lenopans. No biggie, Lucy just shrugged before continuing to stuff herself with more food. By now I shouldn't be caught by surprise by others shooting me first and making questions after. Phil chuckled at her snarky comment, but was immediately shutted once he noticed Ben's glare. So, the stories are indeed true. The Omnitrix really does exist, and I can see that you've kind of mastered some of its uses. Phil tried to make small talk, but soon noticed it wasn't a topic Ben was willing to discuss, before immediately switching subjects. Hey Ben, pretty good move back there, you totally got me. It reminds me of your grandfather back in the day. You know, this grandfather of yours has always displayed his fair share of superhuman feats. I guess the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree after all. I can handle myself in a fight, Ben remarked as a matter of factly, less coldly than before, but still not as friendly as Phil had been hoping for after several times apologizing. As for the Omnitrix, I'm sorry, but that's my business. Here, I see. Phil was momentarily lost for words. Nifty sweet. I suddenly admitted, probably looking to change subjects again and lighten the mood. It must have cost a pretty penny. Just a little thank you I negotiated with the manager for helping with his alien problem. And trust me, this is just the tip of the old alien iceberg. Phil was glad that I had helped him out, something I immediately regretted doing. You know, kids, you definitely would make great plumbers, especially you, kid. I should have recognized Levin's powers, but it just had been so long since the last time I saw an Osmosian, much less a half-human. We would? Kate asked with a raised eyebrow, Phil's first bad impression still somewhat muddying the waters. And you knew my father? Sure. How could I forget? Devon saved both me and Max's life, Phil told her, this time with genuine respect in his eyes before taking a more direct approach to what he had come up with. As for being plumbers, the four of you are real chips off the old block. We'd all make a great team. With your powers, Max's experience and my instincts, we'd be an unstoppable team. What do you think, Max? We're definitely going to need a bit of that old magic. I think that it's a strange coincidence for a hyperweasel and two mega-mutts to show up so close to each other, I explained. Aliens. Go figure. Phil quickly dismissed it with a casual smirk, but I was still unsure. I hate to second-guess you, Phil, but I think I agree with Grandpa on this one, Ben said with his arms crossed while leaning against a nearby wall. If you want to, I could do some investigation before continuing on our way. You know, I can cover a lot of ground really fast. Thanks for the offer, but I don't think that it will be necessary. Phil tried to dismiss the offer without appearing suspicious. Sure, it hasn't been easy, but it also hasn't been anything that I couldn't handle myself. Suit yourself, Ben replied, apparently not falling for the man's reasoning. I need to get some fresh air, I finally said before I excused myself and left the room, intending on investigating a wild theory of mine. Mezqu's POV. Right after Grandpa excused himself, Phil scowled for a bit before he turned to me and the girls, telling us before he followed his old friend out. Hey kids, order whatever you'd like off the room service menu. Now we're talking, Kate said as Lucy continued to go all in with the food we still had. Is that shrimp cocktail? I love shrimp cocktails, Gwen said as she dipped the shrimp in the sauce before munching on it. While the girls were distracted by Phil's offer, with my aura having influenced their minds to not have found Max's previous statements to be suspicious in the least, I used the time to contact and send my mud clones alongside my current Black Ops team of Forever Rangers to go after Phil and intercept him before he met with Grandpa. Scarlet's POV. In less than a second, I dodged out of the way from a blue explosive arrow that was aimed at my head, with the blast of its explosion once it landed being almost enough to push. But before I could proceed to counterattack my archer adversary, I ducked just in time for a wide slash from behind to miss cutting me in half entirely. Quickly drawing my energy sword from my back, I immediately spinned myself while using the momentum to cut in half the weapon of my close-quarters opponent, which was a golden energy spear, just in time to diverge my focus in order to deflect another vicious shot aimed at my head, which explosion produced a thick cloud of smoke. My cybernetic body was immensely powerful, granting not only inhuman strength, senses, and durability, but also amazing reflexes that allowed me to easily dodge bullets. However, these two adversaries I was facing had sufficiently powerful armament that even I couldn't act carelessly while facing them. Proof of that was that in the fraction of a section that it took me to properly assess that situation, I was forced to react again from the spear user's strikes, with her now split weapon. Her swings were now much faster than before, though her reach had also decreased considerably, to the point where it gave me more space to properly retreat a few steps. A strategy that my bow-wielding adversary easily predicted and met by releasing several arrows in advance, most of which I managed to either outpace or deflect, though this time the couple which evaded my sword managed to at least graze my nearly impenetrable armor. The worst part was that each arrow kept exploding as soon as they met the ground, forcing me to keep my balance while dividing my attention between my two opponents. I quickly understood that their advantage would only continue to grow as long as I dragged this fight, which resulted in me course-correcting my retreat towards rushing at my bow-wielding opponent, which I could see she was expecting by how easily she adapted and picked a special arrow from her quiver. It was one that moments before it met my blade, exploded into an energy net that would have cost me the battle, had I not slid underneath it with my leg thruster helping me keep my fast pace. As the energy net captured instead my golden spear-wielding opponent, I was finally ready to finish my last opponent, but just as I was about to complete my sword dash, I heard an alarm inside my head. "Scarlet, Mr. Billings has finally left the hotel." I heard the robotic voice echoing in my mind, louder than my own thoughts. The boss not only expects him to be apprehended immediately, but also that his capture will be made to seem as if he decided to run away and hide. Before I had the chance to properly reply back to Alpha, I heard my companion speak to me. Scarlet, is everything okay? It was my underling who, before our capture, was named Azul, a dark-skinned woman with blue hair. Right now, she was paralyzed due to my blade being pressed next to her neck. "Ugh," I said while lowering my weapon. "It's nothing, Azure. I just got a message from Alpha. Our next mission has just begun." I see," she said while letting out a sigh of relief. "I think it's about time. We've been training for it all this time." "True, but your skill with this alien technological bay still needs improvement." I told her while pressing the commands in my forearm and prepared our vessel for our immediate departure. "Against mundane opponents, I'm sure you have sufficient firepower to easily overpower them. But still aim where your targets are going, not where they are." "Oh." As we both heard Amber, the blonde Asian of our old biker gang who previously went by Amarilli, still struggling with Azure's energy net, I ordered her, "Go help Amber out. Our window of action will end soon." "Sure thing, at once, boss," Azure replied, but once she left, I couldn't help myself from snorting in scorn. "Boss, quite the leader I am," I thought, immediately cursing the fact that I knew Alpha had heard me. "I didn't mean to." "Your time is running out," the machine coldly stated. "I wouldn't recommend you to fail our master." "Yes." I immediately replied in my thoughts, knowing that if mere thoughts were enough to make the big boss dissatisfied with me, I'm sure he would have wiped my memories a long time ago, or worse. On our way out of our base near Mount Rushmore, I got a glimpse of what worse could look like. Training alone on a different room against several drones, I saw the other redhead of our group, the clown freak with living hair, as she ripped the advanced robots to shreds with her blades while laughing maniacally, completely covered in inorganic fluids which I assumed would easily translate to the blood of her victims once our master gave her a mission. "Geez, that one is a goner," I heard Amber remark just as we passed the forever helicon of our organization. "From what I know, she's our master pet." I stared coldly at my companion before warning, and most likely a reminder of what we could become if he is not satisfied with our efficiency. Azir gulped worriedly at that possibility. We soon were joined by a couple of mud people my master seemed to have under his control, each capable of shape-shifting into any people, animals, or even objects. With their silent demeanor yet intense stares, I couldn't help myself from thinking that these guys were scary as fuck. And by the looks of it, they wouldn't be the last of our master's soldiers to creep me out, given how I have already seen the production of the humanoid androids with blank features. Their schematics were amongst what we retrieved for our master from that alien squid's ship. Once we arrived at Mount Rushmore, we waited patiently as a rusted RV arrived and an elderly man made his way inside the secret base. After that, we spotted a car and quickly identified it as belonging to our target. "Alpha, make sure the old plumber base's security protocol won't activate as soon as we engage in a fight with the target," I asked through my thoughts. Immediately after that, I received a single word of response: "Done." Sending both Amber and Azure to close the perimeter, I sent one of our mud agents to bait Mr. Billings by appearing as the old man with the red Hawaiian shirt that arrived moments before him. After the bait exchanged words with our target, I then watched as the latter brandished the special weapon we were after and fired the null void projector, releasing a golden light from its spherical tip, which our mud agent easily dodged. The light then opened a portal, and out of it stepped a monstrous alien, slightly taller than an adult human, with overall proportions that were lithe and lean. Its body posture vaguely resembled a cross between a gorilla and a flightless bat. All four of its limbs were digitigrade, walking on its knuckles, with arms drastically larger than its legs. Its head featured a large jaw filled with sharp teeth, and no eyes. Mr. Billings looked at it, horrified. I was trying to bring out the Wixillian org beast. What is this creature?" "A death angel," I heard Alpha announcing in my mind. "This species has thick armor that is hard to penetrate with conventional methods, and since it has no sight, it compensates with its advanced hearing." As the alien in question was about to bring its claws down on the screaming ex-plumber, my team took action. The mud agent easily retrieved and subdued Mr. Billings, while me and the other Forever Rangers stepped up to face this Death Angel monster. Quickly sharing the information I got from Alpha, by the time the alien managed to pry its claw from the ground, the three of us made short work of it. Thick armor or not, it was completely outmatched against our superior arsenal. Obviously, since it apparently was a bit too easy for us to call it a day, we soon heard more Death Angels rushing out of the still-open golden portal before they all roared ferociously. "Alpha, let me shut that thing down," I requested, and the artificial intelligence quickly unlocked my technopathy ability. Reaching for the projector while my companions slaughtered the monstrous creatures, I eventually found the way to properly close the portal before it spawned more aliens than we had the ability to deal with. Just then I was tackled by a desperate attack of one slightly larger variant of these Death Angels as it tried to rip my guts out, but soon understood that it was to no avail, since my exoskeleton was much more durable than its claws and fangs. "Nice try! Now get the hell off me!" I shouted at it before reaching for my sword and impaling it. Once I swiftly slashed my weapon to the side, I heard a pathetic screech from the creature before it died. Noticing there were still a dozen of these armored bats, I couldn't help myself from grinning. Shit, I'm really becoming just like that clown freak, for this is getting fun. After we were done exterminating the pests and finished making a false trail for Mr. Billings' disappearance, Alpha mentioned that our boss would be pleased with our efforts and that he certainly will appreciate the new test subjects. I was about to argue that had it informed me of our boss's wishes, I would have captured one of them alive, but Alpha quickly dismissed it as not being necessary. Azkaban, Max's POV. After I finally reached the plumber base at Mount Rushmore, I opened a chamber to a secret room in the underground plumber's base. Unfortunately, it was then that I confirmed that the object I was looking for was gone. In its place was just an empty socket of a gun-shaped device with a sphere at the end of it. The null void projector. I told myself, finally sure of what was going on. I knew all those aliens looked familiar. He stole the null void projector to release all those aliens we caught back in the old days, but why would he do all this? Just for the money? I asked myself before saying, I can't let him get away with this. Easier said than done, for I've spent the next half hour looking for anything on the plumber base that would help me either locate or at least neutralize the null void projector. However, it also dawned on me that Phil had cleared basically everything from our arsenal. Worst part was that by the time I contacted Ben to have him keep an eye on Phil, my grandson told me that my old partner had left them about the same time as I did. It took him no time to bring all the girls with him to where I was. So, how many aliens did you store in that null void thingy? Ben asked after I gave them a brief explanation of what I had discovered from Phil. At least a couple hundred. I admitted, but it's a portal to another dimension. In theory, it could have millions inside of it. Some of them might not even be from this universe. Other dimensions entirely separate from ours could very well exist with alien species that may not even exist in this one. I then showed signs of being ashamed. I'm sorry I had to keep my past a secret for so long. I should have known I could trust you guys. It's okay, we can only hope that you've finally understood that. Gwen quickly answered with a smile. And for what it's worth, guys, Phil was right about one thing. All of you would have made great plumbers. I told them. Hey, both me and Ben are your grandkids. As for Lucy and Kate, have that alien touch to help them with. So what do you expect? Gwen bragged with a proud smile. What about Phil? Ben asked after briefly looking around the chamber we were inside. He fled, probably knowing he couldn't face us once the truth of what he was doing was revealed. And from what I found out on the plumber base, he had already scavenged almost anything worth the penny. I told him, finally noticing how professional the boy was in dire situations such as this one. Knowing how well Phil was known to cover his tracks, I doubt we would hear about him anytime soon. I believe we only came across this time out of sheer luck. You're probably right. Do you think he will continue to put people in danger for his own gain? Ben asked, to which I could only shake my head, for I didn't know what to say, so my grandson punched a nearby wall while gritting his teeth in anger. I should have known. That imposter played us like a fiddle. You shouldn't blame yourself, Ben. You had no way of knowing anything. I placed my arm over my grandson's shoulder. It was my fault. I've been so used to not sharing my thoughts that I totally botched it. I'm sure you would have stopped Phil had I trusted you with my suspicions. I then lingered for a moment. I promise you that it won't happen again. After that mutual agreement, once we got a chance to properly collect our feelings, our group left the plumber base and resumed our summer vacation. The Big Tick. Mephi's POV. Max, the girls and I were camping out at Yellowstone National Park while admiring the beauty of the park's nature. As Max took in a breath of deep air and sighed in satisfaction, he said, nothing like relaxing in the peace and quiet of the great outdoors. Just as he was about to receive an answer from us, a radio gave out a special report. Astronomers at Mint Hamilton have caught a glimpse of a small group of meteors, and they appear to be heading toward the northwest part of the state. So, who's up to admire a meteor shower? Max asked with his usual grandfatherly tone. As the girls were all excited, I remarked smugly, while raising the Omnitrix, last time I watched a meteor in the sky, I got this. I would say that's an excellent track record. Yeah, Kate replied before grabbing her belly. Oh, I don't want to sound ungrateful, but despite the breakfast we had earlier today, I'm already starving. Don't worry, I got you covered. I told her before offering Kate some food. I used my speedy transformation to hit that burger place in Casper. Got a double cheeseburger with pickles for each of us. And I've also brought some chili for those who like it. Oh, Ben. Kate feigned tears as she hugged me. You really are a hero. While both Lucy and Gwen cheered for my thinking ahead, Max had another piece of wisdom he wished to share with us. All right, guys, a cheeseburger is great and all, but Max said as he walked over to a log and pushed it with his feet, revealing some grub worms that were crawling around in the mud underneath it as he smiled. Yellowstone just happens to be one of the coolest places around, and we can live right off of the land. He then slurped it right down the hatch, much to the girls' disgust. Mealworms, good for protein. Oh, they all protested, though I was slightly inclined to test out if my Lepidopter and Stinkfly transformation would have enjoyed it just as much as my grandfather did. Noticing he was losing them, Max decided to offer some alternatives to sweeten the deal. Grill 'em up with a sun-dried tomato paste. They are, Grandpa, as much as I appreciate your opinion, you can't guarantee that those worms will go down as easily as you are expecting them to, especially for those who have never tasted it before. Gwen tried to argue. I certainly don't want our bathroom to become a hazardous environment again. She kind of gets a point, Kate admitted. A bit embarrassed as she recalled the first time she accepted the food Max had been talking so much about, while Lucy just laughed at her. After we had our lunch in peace, I decided to ask, now I know you guys want to enjoy the park, but would you like to know about something cool I've just unlocked from the watch? You mean other than that cool uniform you got? Kate asked. Yup, something else entirely, I nodded before telling them. I've unlocked a new transformation. At that, Lucy perked up, thinking that I was about to reveal my Lenapan transformation, but I just winked at her. And unfortunately it isn't the same species as Vilgax, but I still haven't given up hopes that I will unlock it eventually. Sure, Sham, let's see what you got. Max stepped in with a proud smile, sounding as supportive as he always is. Come on, Ben, enough with the drama, Gwen remarked, clearly curious about the latest form I had acquired, before asking to herself. Where did I put my sketchbook? Okay, but I'm warning you, I told them with a chuckle. I might gain a couple of pounds, so no fat jokes, please. After I got a pinky promise from them, I activated the Omnitrix and selected the newest option. The watch had spontaneously unlocked. They were all momentarily blinded by the usual bright flash of green. My Omnitrix sank into my wrist and my entire body started to bloat into a more rounded shape as I clutched my eyes shut. And when I opened them again, they were fully golden. My body was covered in yellow armored plates with a white inner body, with black markings on my eyes, and the Omnitrix symbol appeared on my forehead. I spun my body around like a ball before striking a pose as my transformation finished. Due to the sudden shift in weight, I almost lost my balance and crashed down onto the ground had I not mastered my senses from an earlier age. Once I got the hang of it, I stood straight and asked in a deep throaty voice, "So guys, what do you think?" "That's a heroic alien," Kate stated while holding her laughter. "Haha, very funny," Lucy remarked a bit sarcastically to Kate before approaching me. "Wow, you are big. So, what can this guy do?" Gwen asked as she held her sketchbook and started drawing. "I'm kind of an alien armadillo," I said before curling into a ball and fully encasing myself in my yellow plating. Without proper warning, Kate punched the armored ball with her fist encased in metal, though from her wide eyes and painful expression, my shell must have been tougher than she was expecting. "Dude, that must be good for when you are taking quite a beating." "That's as far as I've got with this guy," I said as I got out of my spherical form, then turned to Max and asked, "So, Grandpa, got any old plumber intel for us to use here? You seem to recognize one of my transformations by name back with Phil." Max raised an eyebrow, thinking about the features my newest transformation possessed. He eventually said, "You've become an Arborian Palarota. This species is very famous for its peaceful nature and nigh invulnerable armor." "I see. So Kate was right on the spot about it being an option when the situation gets bad," Lucy spoke up. "Anything else?" "Only thing else I can recall at the moment is that you can still move while curled up into a ball," Max pointed out while scratching his nape, "something about the chemicals in your exoplates that reduces friction. You can increase your rotation momentum and maneuver around your surroundings in ball form, thanks to the short fur on your body, registering shifts in air and motion around you." "Pretty neat," Lucy cheered for me. I just can't believe you're a new alien, Kate remarked, still somewhat spiteful about her metal hand in pain. And where's one more? Who knows? There could be 100 more, Max mused as he grabbed his chin. Just as Grandpa mentioned that possibility, both Lucy and me smiled at one another before I went still for a moment and then glanced upwards. Oh, man, I can even hear it. My hearing isn't that bad either, I said while still in my Arborian Pellerota cannonbolt form. What are you talking about? Gwen asked, momentarily lowering her sketchbook. You guys won't believe it, but I'm actually hearing the meteor the radio just mentioned now. I told them, we better move. I think it's actually coming this way. After getting some distance on an elevated terrain, we all saw a giant meteorite, which now resembled a flaming ball of death, come hurtling towards the position we were just moments ago in the park. After the massive boulder from outer space landed, with the group feeling the shockwave even from that distance, I curled into a ball and declared before rolling down the hill towards the crash site of the meteor. The last one to the meteorite is a rotten egg. Max and the girls then followed my rollaway figure as I rolled down the crater that the meteor left until I came to a halt when I was directly in front of it, before standing up and saw just how big it was as Lucy, Gwen, Kate and Max arrived next to me. Whoa, Lucy gaped. It's huge. Suddenly the ground started to shake and tremble, causing me to almost fall over again as we all saw that the meteor started to split open, as if something was inside of it. And alive, Kate said in awe. We all looked up and watched as through the cracks in the meteor 6 legs bursted out of its shell. Acting quickly, I displayed another one of my newest form's abilities by housing the whole group within my spheroid form, while also providing them the same level of protection that I had before, immediately rolling away from the scene as the giant alien beast took its form and fragments of the meteor shell rained down on its surroundings. Once further enough, I released both Max and the girls, and we then all took a look at the giant beast. It was a huge tick-like alien with a pink and red shell and abdomen with giant blue eye-like paws on the sides of its shell, 6 dark blue legs and deep pink tendrils coming out of its mouth. It then stabbed its legs into the ground for stabilization and stabbed its mouth tendrils into the ground and started sucking, with its paws on its shell releasing a green gas. Once the gas faded into the atmosphere, we fanned away the foul stench despite our distance. Ugh, and aromatic, Max said, following on both Lucy and Kate's previous comments. Uh-oh, what are these guys doing here? I said, turning to my side as several news vans and helicopters rushed past our location, setting camp just as multiple reporters began reporting the landing of the alien tick. One of them even noticed our group due to me sticking out in my alien form. But before we were also approached, suddenly a large needle-like spaceship appeared in the sky, not going unnoticed by everyone, as the hatch opened up and 3 aliens emerged from it. The first was a tall, pale-skinned alien with 6 tentacle-like feet. The second was shorter, with 6 arms and yellow skin. The final one was of medium height, had 4 eye stalks and carried what appeared to be a large axe. Rejoice, the tall alien announced to the cameras after tinkering with a piece of technology in his chest, which probably meant it was some sort of universal translator. He's arrived in all of his glorious glory. Redundant much? I asked as I rolled all the way from my group to be amongst the reporters, immediately getting comments like, "Who are you and are you with them?" The 3 aliens from before then departed on 3 hoverboard-like devices towards the tick. The short alien in particular flew up to the tick and pressed its ear to it as if trying to listen to what he was saying before muttering, "I await his proclamation. Who are you guys?" One reporter asked, displaying a mixture of curiosity and suspiciousness. "Relax, we come in peace," the tall alien said with his arms stretched open. "That's what the bad aliens always say," one cameraman couldn't avoid saying, "right before they blow you to bits. A homo sapien with an attitude," the middle alien said, flying by until it reached the group of people belonging to the cameraman from before. "I heard they exist here in large numbers, or should I say, did, and an Arborian Pellerota to boot," the tall alien said as he glared at me, unknowingly revealing that they weren't together. His presence here must be a sign provided by the Great One, the tall alien announced. Is he not tremendous? He is indeed tremendous. I agreed with a smile to the reporter next to me, who followed my comment with a snicker. All hail the tremendous one. The aliens all chorused, unable to distinguish my tone of mockery. The middle alien then flew by me. But you are a little far from home, aren't you? Unfortunately, there's nothing to go back to. We purified your planet last week. Actually, I'm from Earth, I announced, to the shock of my audience. Shh! The short alien interrupted us all, his voice echoing loud in the area thanks to some unknown alien technology. Everyone quiet down. He's speaking to me. As everyone else attempted to listen to it closely, they only heard dead silence. I don't hear anything. One reporter said, only I speak his language. The short alien explained before going back to the tick. The Great One says, your planet will be purified before the next moon. You are quite lucky. And as the tick fed, a dark energy coated the ground from his tendrils outwards, continuing with the trees and just didn't stop going. I don't think so, I announced while stepping forwards. No, it's actually quite the experience. The tall alien answered with his hands raised. Let me show you. Not the audio-visual thing again. The middle alien complained, but the tall alien ignored his companion and pressed a button on his helmet, projecting a series of moving images in a pink light. We followed the Great One from planet to planet, galaxy to galaxy, after he paid a visit to each and every one of our planets. The tall alien then projected the image of the Great One as its legs were planted deep into the ground of the planet, like roots. Notice his technique, the deep burrowing of the appendages into the core of the planet, rotting it from the inside, and then ingesting it. As he finished, the planet in the image exploded, much to the horror of everyone witnessing it. So, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding here, that's what he's going to do here. I asked out loud as if I didn't know better. Of course, the tall alien said. Your cities will be laid to waste, your oceans will dry up, your mountains will crumble. It will be the end of your world as you know it. The middle alien confirmed. Rejoice, rejoice, they all chorused. Not under my watch, I shouted. This planet is under my protection. If you don't remove this big tick immediately from here, I will exterminate it. As if your words were everything it took to scare us. The middle alien replied while wielding his weapon. After that, the worshippers approached me and started simultaneously firing their beams at me as the reporters immediately ducked and took cover. Meanwhile, I just stood there and stuck my arms out, only for the beams to deflect off of my armored plates as they each bounced back onto the aliens who shot them, sending them flying as I smirked. Everyone, evacuate this area, now, I warned the reporters and crew of cameramen, as just then my yellow eyes momentarily shined a bit green. As the regular people followed my instructions, just then a group of soldiers began to set up a protective barrier around the perimeter. Then a large black armored truck pulled up in front of the landing site as a man walked out, wearing an army badge on his black and green vest, green cargo pants, and a shaved flat top with a long scar on his face. Lieutenant Steele. He introduced himself and showed his badge before asking me, "Now, what the hell are you doing here?" "All you need to know right now is that I'm on your side and here to help," I quickly replied, not taking my eyes from the massive alien. "Yeah, sure you are. Just like those other alien friends of yours that have been all over the news nowadays," Lieutenant Steele replied, not all that much surprise about being close to an actual alien. "I'm from the Special Alien Containment Team Division. We'll take it from here, concussion bazooka." Two soldiers walked out from the black armored truck, carrying a large yellow bazooka that was strapped to one's chest that he carried out towards the big tick. However, after a couple of shots, they soon realized that their firepower wasn't anywhere near enough to damage the creature's outer shell. These extraterrestrial monsters never go down easily, do they?
Lieutenant Steele remarked,
before raising his eyebrow and turning to Ben. "I mean no disrespect." "We're good," I just shrugged. "So, is that the best you got?" As we were talking, I glanced once again at the skies before anyone could understand what I was staring at. By the time we sighted anything, I grabbed the lieutenant to protect him from a surprise airstrike. After the airstrike passed, the agent looked at me, who in return looked at the big tick, who was momentarily clouded with smoke from the attack until it dispersed and revealed it had produced no effect on the creature's outer shell. Suddenly, the leaves started falling off of the trees around us as they mutated into grey, ugly husks, and we all looked on in concern. "The trees are changing," one of the agents pointed out. "That big tick's poison is mutating the landscape," another remarked. "That does it," Lieutenant Steele remarked, not bothered by the unannounced airstrike, but still surprised that neither of their attacks had made the slightest impact on the big tick. "This monster must go down, or else this country, possibly the world, will suffer for it. You either finish it, or my superiors will press the red button and nuke this park. Any ideas?" "If the outside is solid," I hinted, giving some time for the lieutenant to catch up. "Then you gotta take it out from the inside." Steele realized. "Yup, the bigger they are, the harder they fall." I nodded. "But how you're going to get there? We barely put a dent on this motherfucker's shell," Steele replied, breaking a bit of his stern yet composed posture. "Go get your team somewhere safe and let me worry about this giant planet sucker that is about to wipe Earth off the face of the universe," I replied before curling up into a ball that rapidly picked up speed as it rolled towards the big tick. "Let's rock and roll." I shot off towards a natural ramp to shoot myself inside of the Great One's body, leapt up towards a loose pocket of skin in the Great One's shell and shouted, "Say!" "No, oh!" the worshippers shouted back just as they managed to recover from their own attacks. After that, I absolutely demolished the Great One's inner workings, blasting through its heart, bouncing off of its muscles, severing its ribcage, landing on its spine as the inside filled with its blood, and basically destroying everything in sight. Suddenly, from outside, the entirety of its shell broke off as its skin started shifting uncontrollably, and the poisoned landscape surrounding it halted its expansion. The big tick then completely exploded outwards in a burst of toxic gas and blue goop, as the nearby soldiers and reporters shielded themselves however they could as it rained down on them. "Ugh, the ultimate yuck. It's raining tick goop," one of the reporters shouted while I emerged from the goop in the Great One's shattered remains. The small alien from the worshippers' trio pressed its ear to a scale only to hear dead silence, and said with sadness, "Nothing. The Great One has been silenced. Forever." "You destroyed him," the tall alien accused in shock. They then gave stern looks as they hovered in front of what they believed to be the last Arberian Pellerota in existence before the tall alien bowed down to me and said, "Hail to the new Great One." "Hail! Hail!" the small alien agreed, now appearing much more cheerful. "Whatever," the middle alien scoffed, clearly done with all that bullshit. "Not too loyal, are they?" Lieutenant Steele asked. "I could get used to this," I said with a smile before turning back to my human form while activating the uniform mode on my Omnitrix, which completely hid my identity and sort of made me look a couple of years older than I actually was. "So, you are actually a human?" Steele asked, his stoic expression barely hiding how shocked he was with that revelation. "Don't tell me you also have a hand on the other aliens' appearances. It's complicated. I might explain it later if you prove yourself trustworthy," I said while looking him in the eyes. Once the three worshippers were about to mention their intentions to follow their new Great One wherever I went, the lieutenant stepped in with his soldiers ready for a fight. "A pity you three must answer for the crimes of your previous boss," Lieutenant Steele announced threateningly, while pointing at the shattered remains of the big tick. However, he was halted once I stood between him and the three aliens. "Let them go, Lieutenant. From what the tall one mentioned before, each of their planets had been destroyed by this big tick creature. I bet they just followed it around from planet to planet under duress and deep mental trauma," I argued while faking ignorance of the cameras pointed at us. "I don't try 'em, kid. I just catch 'em. No matter who they are under the skin, we'll let the guys at Area 51 decide who's naughty and who's nice." Steele suddenly stopped. He might have opposed me further had he not noticed the group of reporters commenting on what had just been said. "You know what? I'll let you have this one. Hope we can continue to count on you." "Absolutely. I will be in touch." I nodded and handed him a device I've prepared for this occasion. After I shared a few words with the worshipping aliens, two of them left as they immediately headed back to their spaceship. but the small alien stayed behind a few seconds as he waved to me. "Enjoy the rest of your day," were his words, to which I immediately nodded. "Right back to you," I said as the small alien joined his companions while the ship attempted to leave Earth's atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to everyone there but me, another spaceship intercepted them. "That was incredible," a reporter said as she walked up to me while my true identity was still hidden by the uniform armor, as I waved to the crowd. "So all of those alien heroes that have been popping up all over the country?" another male reporter asked as he walked up. "That was me," I told them, "all of them, alongside my incredible crew that couldn't be here today due to them being needed elsewhere. Can you at least tell us your name? The people out there should know who saved them all those times, especially today," a third reporter asked. Just then I sighted as the rust bucket pulled up next to the news vans, with Max and the girls then stepping out of the RV, smiling at me and nodding their heads, clearly proud of me. Taking that as my cue, I smiled back, despite my face being hidden by my visor, and gave a thumbs up to the cameras. "You can call me Omniboy." Back with Max and the girls. Max smiled as the landscape had already shifted back to its normal lush green color, flourishing with life as they all stared in admiration. "Wow, so you're like a bowling ball," Lucy commented. "More like a cannonball," Gwen said with a smile. "Actually, make that a cannonbolt," Kate almost shouted. "Sorry for doubting the new guy." "Don't sweat it," Ben nodded with a wink of his right eye. "It looks like everything's going back to normal," Gwen said. "Great job, Ben." "Thanks, but I hate to break it to you, Gwen," Ben said as he cleared off the last of the tick goop with his magic, "but nothing we ever do is normal." "You can say that again," Kate agreed. "Nice job, buddy," Max finally complimented, ruffling Ben's hair with a smile as Lucy tackled him with a hug. "Yep, now he's officially the alien hero who saved the Earth," she said as they all laughed. About that, Kate approached Ben before shaking him dramatically. "Why would you pick Omniboy, Tennyson? A bit generic, don't you think? Why not go with Omni-Man at least?" "Dude, it's just a name, and you know I suck at them, so I didn't even try." Ben just shrugged. "As for going with the boy, well, I knew that I wasn't going with Kid Man, just makes me an easy target for the trolls on the internet to mock me. I mean, I'm tall, but not Grandpa Max tall." "Yeah, at least you were practical about it," Gwen mused to herself. "It also helps to tie your identity with the Omnitrix." "I love it," Lucy cheered. "Now we have to think about our own hero names." "Good luck with that," Ben told them before turning to his grandfather. "Now shall we resume our tourism around Yellowstone?" Max smiled and nodded before replying. "Sure thing, kiddo." Framed, a Mackenzie POV. During our visit to San Francisco, we passed by a video game store to get my latest game and even enjoyed ourselves drinking some cold coffee in a nice air-conditioned bookstore where we bought some RPG starter kit. Who would have thought that I would actually get a group of girls to join me on a session? We even went to the local mint as it printed out money about to be shipped out for countrywide circulation, mostly to satisfy my completionist spirit of going through everything original Ben did while he visited the city, just as we would bookend this trip by going through the famous Golden Gate Bridge. Most importantly, I wanted to make sure Kate wouldn't be falling behind her male counterpart. For that reason and the fact that I would also appreciate the opportunity for more testing was why I had taken my time to share a feature I've developed for my Omnitrix. Kate's POV. Benji?" I asked with my arms raised while Ben was still hanging on the belt he gifted me that aided me with better controlling my powers. "What exactly are you doing?" "Here. Nothing dangerous, I assure you." He dismissed my earlier concern with his cute smile, while still in his alien frog-like transformation, grey matter. "Now that you've gotten used to it, I've just increased the amount of energy that you can absorb without losing control. Well, that and one extra feature that I think you will totally enjoy." "Extra feature?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Like what?" "1 second. He replied as he adjusted my belt one last time before leaping from me and quickly assumed his human form. Now, as I was saying, he handed me a small piece of technology that resembled a battery. This will serve as a last resort juice in case you don't have anything nearby and recharges by itself in a couple of hours. Neat. I admitted as I felt the massive energy stored inside it. As I was about to store it in my pocket, the small battery was suddenly pulled from my hand, and the piece of metal attached itself on my belt. Scratch that. This is awesome. Nice of you to think so. Ben smiled at me before reaching for my belt's buckle. But that's nothing. As he finished saying that, I heard a beeping sound and immediately noticed that the buckle of my belt morphed into a dial. Wow! I gushed out loud. Don't tell me, dude, you've made me an Omnitrix? Well, not exactly, he remarked with an embarrassed expression while scratching his nape. You won't instantly transform into my alien forms. I fear that might be a little too much for you to handle at the moment. But since I know you can absorb energy and matter while also having some success with copying some of my inorganic forms, I thought that I could make something resembling your pouch of materials and manage to share some of the DNA samples I had stored inside the watch. And that's supposed to mean what exactly? I asked, genuinely confused about where he was going. Translate that to English. What? His expression showed some disbelief. You're serious? Come on, Tennyson, give it to me straight, I asked with my arms crossed, a bit annoyed he might have been making fun of me. Well, to put it simply, you can select a transformation and directly absorb its powers from the belt. The longer you concentrate, the more you will look like one of my forms, if not a bit more feminine. He smiled in the last segment of his explanation. So you do remember that I'm a girl? I teased him with a punch to his shoulder. Of course, he said, while faking being hurt by my punch. One more thing, since the belt will remain with you even after you absorb enough power, you might also be able to fuse each transformation, though I would recommend that you avoid mixing more than 2 forms until you are used to it. That really caught me by surprise. Until now I thought the best I could be was a bootleg version of him, but if fusions were a thing, perhaps I could be more useful in a fight. Hey, Earth to Kate. Ben snapped his finger before my head, waking me from my thoughts. Sorry, I apologized before hugging him. Thanks, dude. This partnership has definitely been the best thing I've agreed on in all my life. You flatter me with your kind words. He faked being shaken by it, though I could still see that his friendly smile was genuine. So, let's see how well you can handle it. Absolutely, I said, and immediately started by picking up the battery he handed me earlier on. As I absorbed it, I could actually tell how much I've progressed, all that energy, and I could still maintain my focus. I pulled up some electric stunts in a public park after I got myself properly disguised. Hands! Lighting with my hands. I sang while putting up quite the light show and even got a tip from other tourists. Meanwhile, Ben remained amongst the crowd with the occasional chuckle and facepalm. Lightning with my hands. Lightning with my hands. After I had enough fun and tested my newest improvement, on top of being surprised by how much smoother electricity seemed for me to manipulate, I felt it was enough messing with the battery and decided to focus next on my upgraded belt. Working my way across all the alien silhouettes, I was glad to see that Ben knew me well enough to know that I had no use for his tiny frog-looking transformation. Much rather have the armored gorillas that wrecked that big tick the news never seemed to get tired from. It functioned just as he said it would. I just had to select the alien heroine I wanted to, and place my hand over the buckle of my belt. The longer I held it, the less I resembled a human. Good to know that I also got the support tech some of Ben's transformations naturally had, like the speedy blue velociraptor's visor and the shark-like mermaid's breathing tanks. Unfortunately, I was still under the training wheels protocol, so after 10 minutes the belt would drain my alien powers back and remain inactive until it was sure my mutations weren't affecting my mind or my general health. As for the potential for fusions... Benji? Are you sure this is a good combination? I asked him with a deep voice while noticing that my tongue was now made of fire. Trust me on this one, Kate, he told me with a thumbs up as I went and checked myself on a nearby window. I was a fusion between Ben's fiery demon and his crystal statue dude forms. Being now a silicon plasma-based life form, my body was composed of a super hot inner plasma body covered entirely of pale green-blue crystals, which were of a very tough and durable diamond-like substance, and I also sported 4 crystal shards on my back. As a fire entity, my body obviously radiated high amounts of heat, while my collarbone resembled a volcano which generated a fiery hair that covered my head, leaving my mask-like face visible with no nose or ears. As you can see, your normal clothes might not resist the drastic changes that your body will go through once you absorb alien DNA. Fortunately, I've also managed to have it stored inside a compartment on your belt until you turn back, and a simple biosuit will come out depending on your need. Ben told me as I noticed that only my special belt remained. Heh. Thanks for thinking about that. I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to appear naked in the news. I told him with an embarrassed smile. Don't sweat it. He gave me a wink. Now, shall I help you with everything you have at hand while merging these two forms? I immediately nodded. He was considerably better than me with this stuff, and I was really eager to see what else I could mix and match. So after we told Max and the other girls that we would be running around town, while Ben had to promise he would make sure that we wouldn't cause havoc, we got the green light to start training. First things first, Ben told me while morphing into his fiery demon transformation. While you can now fuse each of my forms and mix their movesets, I must let you know that just because something doesn't come as naturally for each transformation. He trailed off momentarily before lifting himself up from the ground on a blazing piece of rock, and as the gap it left in the ground closed itself, Ben continued, "You will see that there's plenty of room for you to improvise." Wow, so the stinking insect isn't the only one that can fly, I remarked out loud, to which Ben nodded his flaming rock skull head. "Here, your turn," he told me before flipping backwards and handing me the blazing rock platform he had been standing on, which forced me to act quickly. "Ugh," I muttered while almost failing to climb over it, however. Before I allowed it to touch the ground, I raised my flaming hands in the air and got a hold of the flying piece of rock. After I struggled a bit with keeping my balance and stabilized my improvised hoverboard, I eventually managed to stand straight. "That's awesome. Hee hee. I knew you would dig it," Ben said with a chuckle as he had his arms crossed, before he took off by blasting himself upwards like a rocket. He shouted, "Follow me." "Slow down, Tennyson," I shouted back, briefly struggling to build up speed. As the two of us torpedoed ourselves across the sky of San Francisco, with Ben occasionally trying to test my flying skills by shooting me with firework-like blasts, we made a few stops along the way. Together we even had the opportunity to step in to do some hero work, like stopping a trolley that seemed to be out of control. Meanwhile, soon enough, as the heroic duo passed by an antique shop with Chinese writing on it, and a young Asian girl wearing an orange sweatshirt saw the whole thing out the window. "Hey, Uncle Jackie, I just saw that Omniboy guy from Earth News with a girl that appeared to be a cross of his transformations riding on a trolley that seemed to be out of control," she said while being clearly excited. "Now, Jade, that was probably just your imagination," another voice said from nearby. "Yeah, and the demons and Shadowcan were just my imagination too." The girl named Jade scoffed as she tried to look where the heroic duo had gone after saving the people on the trolley. Back to Kate's POV. Later on, Ben explained in more detail the abilities of each species I had just absorbed, mentioning that if I combined the Crystal Dude's construct creation with the fiery demon's heat manipulation, I might get one sick-ass sword, I shouted in excitement, as I wielded a massive blazing sword with diamond-sharp edges. "Hell, yeah!" After we tried more combinations, once my time was up, I was left thinking about more of my other transformations and combinations of each form. Suffice to say that I was understandably hyped for the next opportunity I would have to train with Ben, only problem being that he was just so popular with the other two girls that it might take me a while until then. Later that day, after buying some supplies we needed in order to continue our journey, the Rust Bucket rode away, with our group eager to recall our adventure in the Golden City. From the photos we took, we spent a couple of days touristing around, exploring places such as Yosemite National Park, Lassen National Park, Pinnacles National Park, and even got time to go on a museum tour on Alcatraz Island. Max even made sure we didn't miss the opportunity of experiencing a tomato-based stew known as ciuppino. The type of seafood used in ciuppino often varies, but it always features a tomato-based broth and spicy peppers with lots of locally grown garlic and a crusty loaf of sourdough bread. delicious, Ben remarked after finishing his meal. Yummy, yummy, Lucy added in agreement. You know, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would. Gwen remarked, despite having eaten everything on her plate, San Francisco does have its charms. What about you, Kate? Max asked me with his grandfatherly tone. Did you enjoy our visit to the city? That was really good, I told him with a thumbs up after finishing my second plate. As someone who spent quite a segment of her life in New York, I gotta say San Francisco didn't embarrass itself in comparison. Wow, such high praises coming from you. This place must really be special, Lucy teased me. And that belt of yours, did Ben get you an improvement for it? He did, Mudbrain, I teased her back, while standing up and activating the buckle on my belt. Wanna see? Girls, we will have plenty of time for a friendly spar on our next stop. Ben stepped in after taking our plates. Ben is right, Pittsburgh is a long way from here, so we should hit the road as soon as possible, Max said while backing him up. Oh, Gwen groaned a bit sad that she didn't get to watch my fight with Lucy, just because I had my camera with me. Everybody's life is a story. There are the good parts, the bad, the funny, and sometimes the very, very scary. But when we tell a story, we never tell it the same way twice. So many ways to tell a story, and that's what makes them so interesting. Sometimes you can never predict how they are going to turn out. So here's one way to tell the story of Ben Tennyson, who one day found himself living a life that seems to catch him by surprise, or at least it would have, had it not been his second time being unceremoniously inserted into another's body in a different reality. MC's POV. My eyes flashed open as I woke up on the upper bed on the back of the rust bucket. Wow, was the first thing I said after coming out of that whole Freaky Friday experience. So it actually happened. The moment which I've been dreading the most has actually come to pass. Immediately checking my left wrist only to see that my Omnitrix wasn't there, which would have scared me shitless had I not made so many preparations for this precise scenario. You see, since I had been expecting this mess of an episode to still attempt to get me by surprise, I dedicated countless hours reading through my book of magic while in my ultimate Galvan grey matter form, just to figure out a way to bind my own Omnitrix to my very soul. I mean, if the spellcasters of old had found a way to switch bodies, I felt it stood to reason that they would also find it necessary to have their most precious possessions bound to them, regardless of the shell they inhabited. After all, Charmcaster did actually feel pretty confident that she would have access to her magic even while outside of her original body. Having said that, so much could have gone wrong regardless of how many contingencies I prepared, so as I took a leap of faith, I mentally ordered for my own watch to come out of its stealth mode, and to my absolute satisfaction the much advanced piece of alien technology immediately obliged. Greetings, Master. I heard Alpha's voice, which after so many improvements no longer sounded artificial and now resembled my own. I've just finished scanning the Omnitrix. Everything seems to be working at full capacity. Thanks for the good news, Alpha, I replied, but as I just finished turning the watch invisible again, I noticed several faint glowing marks pulsing down on my right arm. Luck, life, fire, flight, and energy. Great to see that the charms have also survived the trip, and since the Arcamada book wasn't anything more than eldritch knowledge I've already memorized, I didn't feel the need to bring anything else along for this ride. Master, I heard Alpha's voice. What is it? I asked, while jumping out of the bunk bed which belonged to Lucy in my previous reality. From the looks of it, she hasn't joined us this time. There's something different with your anatomy. It warned me. Now that you mentioned it, I said while clenching my hands and flexing my arms, I can feel that my physical body isn't as strong as it used to be. But that was to be expected. My variant from this reality must be a slacker in regards to sports. Not to mention I doubt he has already awakened his magical spark. But Master, your clothes. It tried to take it easy on me by slowly giving me the pieces, but by that time I had already reached the bathroom and was about to wash my face on the sink. Of course, nothing goes as planned in this accursed world. I said in a cold tone once I noticed that I was now a ginger. Finally paying attention to my clothes, I saw that I was wearing a blue-on-white raglan shirt, a beige tennis short, soccer's socks, and football boots. Well, at least I'm still a guy. Anyways, Thanks for the heads up, Alpha. Looking through the window outside of the RV, I managed to see that we had just parked next to a gas station close to my home. On top of that, I found a female version of Max which now resembled Aunt Vera, busy refilling the vehicle's fuel tank while a female version of Ben Tennyson drank some cold drink from a straw. This version of me had long hair tied in a ponytail and wore a set of cloth similar to what classic Ben always used, albeit with some slight differences. Like the black strip on the white t-shirt, which was now cropped, being horizontal, and the cargo pants, which were skinny, barely reaching halfway down her shins. So it's a gender-bend reality. I suppose I can still work with that, I said after pointing out the obvious. But does that mean Vilgax will still arrive earlier than he had back in my reality? Wait, don't tell me that he's also a she now. Oh, and me without my camera. Just then, as I was readjusting my plans, female robbers with masks came running out of the gas station shop that was now blaring an alarm. One of them, who wore a gorilla mask, barged past female Ben, spilling her drink to the ground. Hey, that was a mega... She tried to argue with the robber, but the one wearing a skull mask turned to face her in an intimidating manner, to which female Ben just gulped. Right after that, female Max hooked the petrol pump and rushed over to look at what's happening before shouting, "Jen, run!" Right after that, one of the robbers removed her mask as she attempted to rev her motorcycle's throttle. "It won't start," the robber said in an exasperated tone. Finally appearing out of the RV, I positioned myself in front of the motorcycles and said while crossing my arms, "You know, ladies, I'm an ardent follower of true gender equality, so this will be my first and final warning. Stand down." "Dummy, the kid just saw you." Another robber criticized the one from before as they all ignored my earlier statement. "Glenn, get back inside," I heard Grandma Max calling out. So, this was the name of the owner of my current body. I thought to myself while casually running towards the biker, who in return accelerated at my direction, with a metal bar outstretched in one hand that was ready to hit me. As I felt the power of the luck charm helping me compensate for my lack of experience with this new body, I pulled one of my best martial arts stunts and kicked the female biker right on her chest, easily knocking her down while picking up the metal bar the biker released before it fell to the ground. "Wow, Glenn has some moves," I heard the female version of me, which I now knew as Jen, saying. Everyone was momentarily stunned while watching as the criminal was laid out, landing flat on her back, until my glare turned to the skull biker, who started her bike and headed for me. "Look out!" the female version of Max warned me, still believing I was under any semblance of danger. "Are you kidding me? These girls are a piece of cake, and this hero likes icing," I said while throwing the metal bar from the first criminal back, hitting a bullseye right on her forehead with enough strength and precision that easily startled her enough to lose control of her bicycle and crash past me. "Okay, not gonna lie, that was pretty awesome for a Mr. Know-It-All," the female version of me said in a mixture of shock and excitement, as the second biker struggled to stand up, only to fail and drop to the ground groaning. "I can't believe I'm asking this, but can you teach me how to do that?" Before I could say anything, female Max held us by the shoulder and ushered us away back to the RV. Tires squealed as the rust bucket drove off, with the police sirens blaring as cop cars arrived at the scene, the robbers both laying on the tarmac. "I rather we avoid having to explain ourselves to the police. I'm sure your parents wouldn't appreciate knowing that I allowed you guys to be in danger, especially on the first day of our summer trip," she explained, already anticipating any protest we might have, as we both could just nod in agreement. High up in space, the Cimmerian hammer of this reality now pursued a smaller blue vessel, with several laser fire being exchanged amongst the two, until a hit struck on the large spaceship. Inside it, debris began falling from the ceiling. On the captain's chamber, sitting menacingly on an alien technological throne, was a tall female humanoid creature with a face resembling that of an octopus. She had tentacles dangling in the back of her head that very much resembled hair. Her skin was pale green with yellowish spots on her face, and tentacles, not possessing a nose or any visible ear, although her eyes were blood red. She wore a black and red-brownish armored suit, with spikes at the shoulder alongside arm pads and gloves. Most noticeably, she also had green sacs on the sides of her head, with her mouth being attached to these sacs by an advanced respiratory mechanism. Hull damage 20%. Losing power, Master. A bioid lieutenant announced as it kept working on an alien interface that resembled a bleeding-edge supercomputer. Find me more. I want that ship destroyed, and the Omnitrix in my possession. A female version of Vilgax ordered with the same menacing presence from her male variant. As the Chimerian Hammer's cannons shot out a powerful blast in retribution from the strike it suffered earlier on, it successfully blew out the back half of the smaller ship. Their propulsion systems are destroyed. Another robot confirmed after checking on their sensors. Prepare to board. I want the Omnitrix now, the female Vilgax demanded. As the small ship's green circuitry lining the exterior began to glow, the first robot informed. They initiated self-destruction mode. The small ship exploded right next to female Vilgax's spaceship, as the tip survived, shooting off. Inside the Chimerian Hammer, the robot lieutenant lay destroyed on its console, but the female version of Vilgax stood to her feet, having been protected from the blast by her battle drones. Looking out to the small ship as it launched the container with the Omnitrix to Earth, she declared while narrowing her crimson eyes, "No one controls the Omnitrix but me." Tooth. Back to Munsey's POV. Glenn, that was really amazing back there. The girl named Jennifer Tennyson told me for the 10th time since we left the gas station. Grandma told me that you had been taking self-defense classes, but that was just on a whole nother level. Yeah, when you've got it, you've got it. I crossed my arms behind my back while replying to the girl whose high spirit sort of reminded me of Lucy until I got tired of wasting my time and finally got serious. Jen, as much as I appreciate the compliments, I need you to pay attention. In all honesty, I'm not your cousin. What do you mean? She asked with a puzzled expression while I made sure Grandma Max wasn't paying attention to our conversation. Not my cousin? Is the heat getting to your head? No, actually, I'm another you from a different dimension. I decided to be upfront with her from the beginning. This time, Jen even placed her palm to my forehead, to my disappointment, before saying, "Nothing. Maybe you have a heat stroke or something." Enough. I pulled her hand aside as my eyes glowed green for a brief moment, and my face momentarily assumed the facial features from my previous body. My name is Benjamin, if you will, and I'm certain that I've swapped bodies with your cousin. I was about to pull some of my mind tricks to prevent having her making a scene as I dropped the illusion over my face until her expression immediately brightened up. Kind of cool. Does that mean in your dimension girls are boys and boys are girls? Quite clever of you to come up with such a guess. That actually caught me by surprise and left me scratching my head, a bit suspicious about her sudden acceptance of seeing real magic for the first time. Forgive my surprise. I wasn't expecting that you would connect the dots so quickly. Hey, aren't you insulting yourself with that? I mean, aren't we supposed to be the same? She asked, a bit annoyed. Not exactly. Each of our variants are unique in their own way, but that's beyond my point. I reasoned while quickly dismissing her pouting. The important part is that not only have I crossed dimensions, but by arriving on the first day of your road trip, I've also time-traveled as well. You see, this summer vacation will be the one that changes your life. It certainly did for mine. From how her expression perked up again, it was clear to me that I had her undivided attention, and so I began with the most basic information. It started when an alien device did what it did. A pity you three must answer for the crimes of your previous boss. Lettered Steel announced threateningly while pointing at the shattered remains of the big tick. However, he was halted once I stood between him and the three aliens. Let them go, Lieutenant. From what the tall one mentioned before, each of their planets had been destroyed by this big tick creature. I bet they just followed it around from planet to planet under duress and deep mental trauma, I argued while faking ignorance of the cameras pointed at us. I don't try 'em, kid. I just catch 'em, no matter who they are under the skin. We'll let the guys at Area 51 decide who's naughty and who's nice. Steele suddenly stopped. He might have opposed me further had he not noticed the group of reporters commenting on what had just been said. You know what? I'll let you have this one. Hope we can continue to count on you. Absolutely. I will be in touch. I nodded and handed him a device I've prepared for this occasion. After I shared a few words with the worshipping aliens, two of them left as they immediately headed back to their spaceship, but the small alien stayed behind a few seconds as he waved to me. "Enjoy the rest of your day," were his words, to which I immediately nodded. "Right back to you," I said, as the small alien joined his companions while the ship attempted to leave Earth's atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to everyone there but me, another spaceship intercepted them. That was incredible. A reporter said as she walked up to me while my true identity was still hidden by the uniform armor as I waved to the crowd. "So all of those alien heroes that have been popping up all over the country?" Another male reporter asked as he walked up. "That was me," I told them. "All of them. Alongside my incredible crew that couldn't be here today due to them being needed elsewhere. Can you at least tell us your name? The people out there should know who saved them all those times, especially today," a third reporter asked. Just then, I sighted as the rust bucket pulled up next to the news vans, with Max and the girls then stepping out of the RV, smiling at me and nodding their heads, clearly proud of me. Taking that as my cue, I smiled back, despite my face being hidden by my visor, and gave a thumbs up to the cameras. "You can call me Omniboy." Back with Max and the girls, Max smiled as the landscape had already shifted back to its normal lush green color, flourishing with life as they all stared in admiration. "Wow, so you're like a bowling ball," Lucy commented. "More like a cannonball," Gwen said with a smile. "Actually, make that a cannonbolt," Kate almost shouted. "Sorry for doubting the new guy. Don't sweat it," Ben nodded with a wink of his right eye. "It looks like everything's going back to normal," Gwen said. "Great job, Ben." "Thanks, but I hate to break it to you, Gwen," Ben said as he cleared off the last of the tick goop with his magic. "But nothing we ever do is normal." "You can say that again," Kate agreed. "Nice job, buddy," Max finally complimented, ruffling Ben's hair with a smile as Lucy tackled him with a hug. "Yep, now he's officially the alien hero who saved the Earth," she said as they all laughed. About that, Kate approached Ben before shaking him dramatically. "Why would you pick Omniboy Tennyson? A bit generic, don't you think? Why not go with Omni-Man at least?" "Dude, it's just a name and you know I suck at them, so I didn't even try," Ben just shrugged. "As for going with the boy, well, I knew that I wasn't going with Kid. Man just makes me an easy target for the trolls on the internet to mock me. I mean, I'm tall, but not Grandpa Max tall." "Yeah, at least you were practical about it." Gwen mused to herself. "It also helps to tie your identity with the Omnitrix." "I love it," Lucy cheered. "Now we have to think about our own hero names." "Good luck with that," Ben told them before turning to his grandfather. "Now shall we resume our tourism around Yellowstone?" Max smiled and nodded before replying, "Sure thing, kiddo." Framed. AMPS's POV. During our visit to San Francisco, we passed by a video game store to get my latest game and even enjoyed ourselves drinking some cold coffee in a nice air-conditioned bookstore, where we bought some RPG starter kit. Who would have thought that I would actually get a group of girls to join me on a session? We even went to the local mint as it printed out money about to be shipped out for countrywide circulation, mostly to satisfy my completionist spirit of going through everything original Ben did while he visited the city, just as we would bookend this trip by going through the famous Golden Gate Bridge. Most importantly, I wanted to make sure Kate wouldn't be falling behind her male counterpart. For that reason, and the fact that I would also appreciate the opportunity for more testing, was why I had taken my time to share a feature I've developed for my Omnitrix. Kate's POV. Benji?" I asked with my arms raised while Ben was still hanging on the belt he gifted me. "That aided me with better controlling my powers. What exactly are you doing?" "Hey, nothing dangerous, I assure you." He dismissed my earlier concern with his cute smile while still in his alien frog-like transformation. "Grey matter. Now that you've gotten used to it, I've just increased the amount of energy that you can absorb without losing control. Well, that and one extra feature that I think you will totally enjoy." "Extra feature?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Like what?" "1 second. he replied as he adjusted my belt one last time before leaping from me and quickly assumed his human form. Now, as I was saying, he handed me a small piece of technology that resembled a battery. This will serve as a last resort juice in case you don't have anything nearby and recharges by itself in a couple of hours. Neat, I admitted as I felt the massive energy stored inside it. As I was about to store it in my pocket, the small battery was suddenly pulled from my hand, and the piece of metal attached itself on my belt. Scratch that. This is awesome. Nice of you to think so. Ben smiled at me before reaching for my belt's buckle. But that's nothing. As he finished saying that, I heard a beeping sound and immediately noticed that the buckle of my belt morphed into a dial. Wow, I gushed out loud. Don't tell me, dude, you've made me an Omnitrix. Well, not exactly, he remarked with an embarrassed expression while scratching his nape. You won't instantly transform into my alien forms. I fear that might be a little too much for you to handle at the moment. But since I know you can absorb energy and matter while also having some success with copying some of my inorganic forms, I thought that I could make something resembling your pouch of materials and manage to share some of the DNA samples I had stored inside the watch. And that's supposed to mean what exactly? I asked, genuinely confused about where he was going. Translate that to English. What? His expression showed some disbelief. You're serious? Come on, Tennyson, give it to me straight. I asked with my arms crossed. A bit annoyed he might have been making fun of me. Well, to put it simply, you can select a transformation and directly absorb its powers from the belt. The longer you concentrate, the more you will look like one of my forms, if not a bit more feminine. He smiled in the last segment of his explanation. So you do remember that I'm a girl? I teased him with a punch to his shoulder. Of course, he said while faking being hurt by my punch. One more thing, since the belt will remain with you even after you absorb enough power, you might also be able to fuse each transformation, though I would recommend that you avoid mixing more than 2 forms until you are used to it. That really caught me by surprise. Until now I thought the best I could be was a bootleg version of him, but if fusions were a thing, perhaps I could be more useful in a fight. Hey, Earth to Kate, Ben snapped his finger before my head, waking me from my thoughts. Sorry, I apologized before hugging him. Thanks, dude. This partnership has definitely been the best thing I've agreed on in all my life. You flatter me with your kind words. He faked being shaken by it, though I could still see that his friendly smile was genuine. So let's see how well you can handle it. Absolutely, I said, and immediately started by picking up the battery he handed me earlier on. As I absorbed it, I could actually tell how much I've progressed. All that energy and I could still maintain my focus. I pulled up some electric stunts in a public park after I got myself properly disguised. Hands! Lightning with my hands! I sang while putting up quite the light show, and even got a tip from other tourists. Meanwhile, Ben remained amongst the crowd with the occasional chuckle and facepalm. Lightning with my hands! Lightning with my hands! After I had enough fun and tested my newest improvement, on top of being surprised by how much smoother electricity seemed for me to manipulate, I felt it was enough messing with the battery and decided to focus next on my upgraded belt. Working my way across all the alien silhouettes, I was glad to see that Ben knew me well enough to know that I had no use for his tiny frog-looking transformation. Much rather have the armored gorillas that wrecked that big tick the news never seemed to get tired from. It functioned just as he said it would. I just had to select the alien heroine I wanted to and place my hand over the buckle of my belt. The longer I held it, the less I resembled a human. Good to know that I also got the support tech some of Ben's transformations naturally had, like the speedy blue velociraptor's visor and the shark-like mermaid's breathing tanks. Unfortunately, I was still under the training wheels protocol, so after 10 minutes the belt would drain my alien powers back and remain inactive until it was sure my mutations weren't affecting my mind or my general health. As for the potential for fusions, Benji, are you sure this is a good combination? I asked him with a deep voice while noticing that my tongue was now made of fire. Trust me on this one, Kate, he told me with a thumbs up as I went and checked myself on a nearby window. I was a fusion between Ben's fiery demon and his crystal statue dude form. Being now a silicon plasma-based life form, my body was composed of a super-hot inner plasma body covered entirely of pale green-blue crystals, which were of a very tough and durable diamond-like substance, and I also sported 4 crystal shards on my back. As a fire entity, my body obviously radiated high amounts of heat, while my collarbone resembled a volcano which generated a fiery hair that covered my head, leaving my mask-like face visible with no nose or ears. As you can see, your normal clothes might not resist the drastic changes that your body will go through once you absorb alien DNA. Fortunately, I've also managed to have it stored inside a compartment on your belt until you turn back, and a simple biosuit will come out depending on your need. Ben told me as I noticed that only my special belt remained. Thanks for thinking about that. I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to appear naked in the news. I told him with an embarrassed smile. Don't sweat it. He gave me a wink. Now, shall I help you with everything you have at hand while merging these 2 forms? I immediately nodded. He was considerably better than me with this stuff, and I was really eager to see what else I could mix and match. So, after we told Max and the other girls that we would be running around town, while Ben had to promise he would make sure that we wouldn't cause havoc, we got the green light to start training. First things first, Ben told me while morphing into his fiery demon transformation. While you can now fuse each of my forms and mix their movesets, I must let you know that just because something doesn't come as naturally for each transformation, he trailed off momentarily before lifting himself up from the ground on a blazing piece of rock, and as the gap it left in the ground closed itself, Ben continued. You will see that there's plenty of room for you to improvise. Wow, so the stinking insect isn't the only one that can fly, I remarked out loud, to which Ben nodded his flaming rock skull head. Here, your turn, he told me before flipping backwards and handing me the blazing rock platform he had been standing on, which forced me to act quickly. Ugh, I muttered while almost failing to climb over it. However, before I allowed it to touch the ground, I raised my flaming hands in the air and got a hold of the flying piece of rock. After I struggled a bit with keeping my balance and stabilized my improvised hoverboard, I eventually managed to stand straight. That's awesome. Hee, I knew you would dig it, Ben said with a chuckle as he had his arms crossed. Before he took off by blasting himself upwards like a rocket, he shouted, "Follow me." "Slow down, Tennyson," I shouted back, briefly struggling to build up speed. As the 2 of us torpedoed ourselves across the sky of San Francisco, with Ben occasionally trying to test my flying skills by shooting me with firework-like blasts, we made a few stops along the way. Together we even had the opportunity to step in to do some hero work, like stopping a trolley that seemed to be out of control. Azkaban, the prison, was built on the island that was originally inhabited by the dark wizard, Irisius, who used it to lure and torture Muggle sailors. Meanwhile, soon enough, as the heroic duo passed by an antique shop with Chinese writing on it, and a young Asian girl wearing an orange sweatshirt saw the whole thing out the window. "Hey, Uncle Jackie, I just saw that Omniboy guy fraud the news with a girl that appeared to be a cross of his transformations riding on a trolley that seemed to be out of control," she said while being clearly excited. "Now, Jade, that was probably just your imagination," another voice said from nearby. "Yeah, and the demons and Shadow Khan were just my imagination too," the girl named Jade scoffed as she tried to look where the heroic duo had gone after saving the people on the trolley. Back to Kate's POV. Later on, Ben explained in more detail the abilities of each species I had just absorbed, mentioning that if I combined the Crystal Dude's construct creation with the Fiery Demon's heat manipulation, I might get one sick-ass sword. I shouted in excitement as I wielded a massive blazing sword with diamond-sharp edges. Hell yeah! After we tried more combinations, once my time was up, I was left thinking about more of my other transformations and combinations of each form. Suffice to say that I was understandably hyped for the next opportunity I would have to train with Ben. Only problem being that he was just so popular with the other 2 girls that it might take me a while until then. Later that day, after buying some supplies we needed in order to continue our journey, the Rust Bucket rode away, with our group eager to recall our adventure in the Golden City. From the photos we took, We spent a couple of days touristing around, exploring places such as Yosemite National Park, Lassen National Park, Pinnacles National Park, and even got time to go on a museum tour on Alcatraz Island. Max even made sure we didn't miss the opportunity of experiencing a tomato-based stew known as ciappino. The type of seafood used in ciappino often varies, but it always features a tomato-based broth and spicy peppers, with lots of locally grown garlic and a crusty loaf of sourdough bread. "Delicious," Ben remarked after finishing his meal. "Yummy, yummy," Lucy added in agreement. "You know, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would," Gwen remarked, despite having eaten everything on her plate. "San Francisco does have its charms. What about you, Kate?" Max asked me with his grandfatherly tone. "Did you enjoy our visit to the city?" It was really good," I told him with a thumbs up after finishing my second plate. As someone who spent quite a segment of her life in New York, I gotta say, San Francisco didn't embarrass itself in comparison. "Wow, such high praises coming from you. This place must really be special," Lucy teased me. "And that belt of yours, did Ben get you an improvement for it?" "He did, Mudbrain." I teased her back while standing up and activating the buckle on my belt. "Wanna see?" Girls, we will have plenty of time for a friendly spar on our next stop." Ben stepped in after taking our plates. "Ben is right, Pittsburgh is a long way from here, so we should hit the road as soon as possible," Max said while backing him up. "Oh," Gwen groaned, a bit sad that she didn't get to watch my fight with Lucy, just because I had my camera with me. Gen 1, everybody's life is a story. There are the good parts, the bad, the funny, and sometimes the very, very scary. But when we tell a story, we never tell it the same way twice. So many ways to tell a story, and that's what makes them so interesting. Sometimes you can never predict how they are going to turn out. So here's one way to tell the story of Ben Tennyson, who one day found himself living a life that seems to catch him by surprise, or at least it would have had it not been his second time being unceremoniously inserted into another's body in a different reality. Maître POV. My eyes flashed open as I woke up on the upper bed on the back of the rust bucket. "Wow," was the first thing I said after coming out of that whole Freaky Friday experience. So it actually happened. The moment which I've been dreading the most has actually come to pass. Immediately checking my left wrist only to see that my Omnitrix wasn't there, which would have scared me shitless had I not made so many preparations for this precise scenario. You see, since I had been expecting this mess of an episode to still attempt to get me by surprise, I dedicated countless hours reading through my book of magic while in my ultimate Galvan grey matter form just to figure out a way to bind my own Omnitrix to my very soul. I mean, if the spellcasters of old had found a way to switch bodies, I felt it stood to reason that they would also find it necessary to have their most precious possessions bound to them regardless of the shell they inhabited. After all, Charmcaster did actually feel pretty confident that she would have access to her magic even while outside of her original body. Having said that, so much could have gone wrong regardless of how many contingencies I prepared, so as I took a leap of faith, I mentally ordered for my own watch to come out of its stealth mode, and to my absolute satisfaction the much advanced piece of alien technology immediately obliged. "Greetings, Master," I heard Alpha's voice, which after so many improvements no longer sounded artificial and now resembled my own. "I've just finished scanning the Omnitrix. Everything seems to be working at full capacity." "Thanks for the good news, Alpha," I replied, but as I just finished turning the watch invisible again, I noticed several faint glowing marks pulsing down on my right arm. Luck, life, fire, flight, and energy. Great to see that the charms have also survived the trip. And since the Arcamada book wasn't anything more than eldritch knowledge I've already memorized, I didn't feel the need to bring anything else along for this ride. "Master," I heard Alpha's voice. "What is it?" I asked while jumping out of the bunk bed which belonged to Lucy in my previous reality. From the looks of it, she hasn't joined us this time. "There's something different with your anatomy. It warned me." "Now that you mentioned it," I said while clenching my hands and flexing my arms, "I can feel that my physical body isn't as strong as it used to be, but that was to be expected. My variant from this reality must be a slacker in regards to sports, not to mention, I doubt he has already awakened his magical spark. But master, your clothes. It tried to take it easy on me by slowly giving me the pieces, but by that time I had already reached the bathroom and was about to wash my face on the sink. Of course, nothing goes as planned in this accursed world, I said in a cold tone once I noticed that I was now a ginger. Finally paying attention to my clothes, I saw that I was wearing a blue-on-white raglan shirt, a beige tennis short, socks, and football boots. Well, at least I'm still a guy. Anyways, thanks for the heads up, Alpha. Looking through the window outside of the RV, I managed to see that we had just parked next to a gas station close to my home. On top of that, I found a female version of Max, which now resembled Aunt Farah, busy refilling the vehicle's fuel tank while a female version of Ben Tennyson drank some cold drink from a straw. This version of me had long hair tied in a ponytail and wore a set of cloth similar to what classic Ben always used, albeit with some slight differences. Like the black strip on the white t-shirt, which was now cropped, being horizontal, and the cargo pants, which were skinny, barely reaching halfway down her shins. So it's a gender bend reality. I suppose I can still work with that, I said after pointing out the obvious. But does that mean Vilgax will still arrive earlier than he had back in my reality? Wait, don't tell me that he's also a she now. Oh, and me without my camera. Just then, as I was readjusting my plans, female robbers with masks came running out of the gas station shop that was now blaring an alarm. One of them, who wore a gorilla mask, barged past female Ben, spilling her drink to the ground. Hey! That was a mega! She tried to argue with the robber, but the one wearing a skull mask turned to face her, in an intimidating manner to which female Ben just gulped. Right after that, female Max hooked the petrol pump and rushed over to look at what's happening before shouting, "Jen, run." Right after that, one of the robbers removed her mask as she attempted to rev her motorcycle's throttle. "It won't start," the robber said in an exasperated tone. Finally appearing out of the RV, I positioned myself in front of the motorcycles and said while crossing my arms, "You know, ladies, I'm an ardent follower of true gender equality, so this will be my first and final warning. Stand down." "Dunny, the kid just saw you." Another robber criticized the one from before as they all ignored my earlier statement. "Glenn, get back inside," I heard Grandma Max calling out. So this was the name of the owner of my current body. I thought to myself while casually running towards the biker, who in return accelerated at my direction with a metal bar outstretched in one hand that was ready to hit me. As I felt the power of the luck charm helping me compensate for my lack of experience with this new body, I pulled one of my best martial arts stunts and kicked the female biker right on her chest, easily knocking her down while picking up the metal bar the biker released before it fell to the ground. "Wow, Glenn has some moves," I heard the female version of me, which I now knew as Jen, saying. Everyone was momentarily stunned while watching as the criminal was laid out, landing flat on her back, until my glare turned to the skull biker, who started her bike and headed for me. "Look out," the female version of Max warned me, still believing I was under any semblance of danger. "Are you kidding me? These girls are a piece of cake, and this hero likes icing," I said while throwing the metal bar from the first criminal back, hitting a bullseye right on her forehead with enough strength and precision that easily startled her enough to lose control of her bicycle and crash past me. Okay, not gonna lie, that was pretty awesome for a Mr. Know-It-All. The female version of me said in a mixture of shock and excitement as the second biker struggled to stand up only to fail and drop to the ground groaning. "I can't believe I'm asking this, but can you teach me how to do that?" Before I could say anything, female Max held us by the shoulder and ushered us away back to the RV. Tires squealed as the rust bucket drove off, with the police sirens blaring as cop cars arrived at the scene, the robbers both laying on the tarmac. "I rather we avoid having to explain ourselves to the police. I'm sure your parents wouldn't appreciate knowing that I allowed you guys to be in danger, especially on the first day of our summer trip," she explained, already anticipating any protest we might have, as we both could just nod in agreement. High up in space, the Chimerian hammer of this reality now pursued a smaller blue vessel with several laser fire being exchanged amongst the two until a hit struck on the large spaceship. Inside it, debris began falling from the ceiling. On the captain's chamber, sitting menacingly on an alien technological throne, was a tall female humanoid creature with a face resembling that of an octopus. She had tentacles dangling in the back of her head that very much resembled hair. Her skin was pale green with yellowish spots on her face and tentacles, not possessing a nose or any visible ear, although her eyes were blood red. She wore a black and red brownish armored suit, with spikes at the shoulder alongside arm pads and gloves. Most noticeably, she also had green sacs on the sides of her head, with her mouth being attached to these sacs by an advanced respiratory mechanism. Hull damage 20%. Losing power, Master. A bioid lieutenant announced as it kept working on an alien interface that resembled a bleeding-edge supercomputer. Find me more. I want that ship destroyed, and the Omnitrix in my possession. A female version of Vilgax ordered with the same menacing presence from her male variant. As the Chimerian hammer's cannons shot out a powerful blast in retribution from the strike it suffered earlier on, it successfully blew out the back half of the smaller ship. Their propulsion systems are destroyed. Another robot confirmed after checking on their sensors. Prepare to board. I want the Omnitrix now. The female Vilgax demanded. As the small ship's green circuitry lining the exterior began to glow, the first robot informed they initiated self-destruction mode. The small ship exploded right next to female Vilgax's spaceship as the tip survived, shooting off. Inside the Chimerian hammer, the robot lieutenant lay destroyed on its console, but the female version of Vilgax stood to her feet, having been protected from the blast by her battle drones. Looking out to the small ship as it launched the container with the Omnitrix to Earth, she declared while narrowing her crimson eyes, "No one controls the Omnitrix but me." Back to Mercy's POV. Glenn, that was really amazing back there. The girl named Jennifer Tennyson told me for the 10th time since we left the gas station. Grandma told me that you had been taking self-defense classes, but that was just on a whole nother level. Yeah, when you've got it, you've got it. I crossed my arms behind my back while replying to the girl whose high spirits sort of reminded me of Lucy, until I got tired of wasting my time and finally got serious. Jen, as much as I appreciate the compliments, I need you to pay attention. In all honesty, I'm not your cousin. What do you mean? She asked with a puzzled expression, while I made sure Grandma Max wasn't paying attention to our conversation. Not my cousin? Is the heat getting to your head? No, actually, I'm another you from a different dimension. I decided to be upfront with her from the beginning. This time, Jen even placed her palm to my forehead, to my disappointment, before saying, "Nothing? Maybe you have a heat stroke or something." Enough. I pulled her hand aside as my eyes glowed green for a brief moment and my face momentarily assumed the facial features from my previous body. My name is Benjamin, if you will, and I'm certain that I've swapped bodies with your cousin. I was about to pull some of my mind tricks to prevent having her making a scene as I dropped the illusion over my face until her expression immediately brightened up. Kind of cool. Does that mean in your dimension girls are boys and boys are girls? Quite clever of you to come up with such a guess. That actually caught me by surprise and left me scratching my head, a bit suspicious about her sudden acceptance of seeing real magic for the first time. Forgive my surprise, I wasn't expecting that you would connect the dots so quickly. Hey, aren't you insulting yourself with that? I mean, aren't we supposed to be the same? She asked, a bit annoyed. Not exactly, each of our variants are unique in their own way, but that's beyond my point, I reasoned while quickly dismissing her pouting. The important part is that not only have I crossed dimensions, but by arriving on the first day of your road trip, I've also time-traveled as well. You see, this summer vacation will be the one that changes your life. It certainly did for mine. From how her expression perked up again, it was clear to me that I had her undivided attention, and so I began with the most basic information. It started when an alien device did what it did. Jen's POV. Driving through a forest inside the rust bucket, the other mere from a different dimension continued to explain who he was to me as we both were seated by the window. I swear I managed to startle him a couple of times with some of my outbursts of excitement. I mean, how could you blame me? He just dropped the fact that he was a superhero that battled aliens, wizards, and even mythical creatures. How much cooler could he be? Was he really worried that I would be terrified of everything and just pass the opportunity of gaining superpowers for real? A superheroine that can turn into 10 badass aliens? That's pretty freaking awesome. I just couldn't help myself from shouting, though fortunately for us, Grandma Maxine just dismissed it as us two arguing about something again. Good, I'm totally in.
Hey, all right.
Ben said with raised eyebrows after finally getting over how on board I was to everything he told me. Dude, quit giving me that look as if I'm a silly kid. You aren't all that much older than me. I casually punched his shoulder before finally asking with genuine curiosity. Can you show me your, watch? Sure thing, here you go. He told me while raising his left wrist, which was empty until a weird-looking watch appeared out of nowhere. Cool. I never saw anything like it. I gushed over the alien piece of tech. And you are telling me I will also get one of these, right? Indeed, Ben nodded his head before staring outside through the RV's window. Yours will be landing close to our next stop. Oh man, I'm so excited that I can barely wait. I cheered once again while hyping myself up, thinking about all the superhero stuff I will be pulling soon enough. Hee-haw. Ben let out a small chuckle. As strange as it might sound, it appeared to me as if my antics were amusing him.
Okay, what did I say this time?
I pouted at him, a bit worried that he was making fun of me or something. It's no big deal. He told me with a smile that made me feel a little awkward. I mean, he currently resembles my cousin Gwen, but I could still recall the face he showed me back when he revealed his secret to me. It's just that I'm actually glad to have met you, Jennifer. Jen. I corrected him without noticing. My friends call me Jen. Well, that's if I had friends. It would be my pleasure to be your friend, he said while grasping my hand, and I think I felt that my heart skipped a beat just then. Thanks. I stuttered a bit while trying to hide a faint blush on my cheeks. Man, it's really weird to be this nice to someone who looks like my cousin. Sorry about that, he told me while appearing a bit guilty. It's just that I would rather avoid drawing Grandma's attention. I understand it's not your fault. I mean, I'm definitely interested in learning how you pulled that off in the first place, but that can wait. I shook my head, worried that I might have sent the wrong message. Anyway, please tell me, how's Gwen in your reality? I just can't picture him as a girl. From where I come from, her name is Gwen. She was a bit bossy at first from our earlier years, always tried to tell me what to do, but I suppose with time she kind of fell for my charm. He revealed it to me. You! I couldn't help myself from making a face of disgust. I was about to ask if the watch would allow us to prank her all the time, but you are telling me that in your reality you two are on good terms. Ben merely shrugged. My cousin Gwen wasn't all that bad. I can't vouch for yours, but mine just assumed that the only way she had to get my attention was to be overly rude to me. After we cleared out that misconception, we started to enjoy each other's company. Not only that, but for all the effort I put into learning magic, she was just a natural from the start. If you say so, I guess I will have to believe it. This time I was the one shrugging. But magic or not, I'm going to keep my distance from that doofus. Suit yourself, Ben replied. As I noticed that Grandma Maxine was parking the RV, we had finally arrived at the fateful campsite Ben had been telling me about. As the owls hooted in the distance, the two of us heard Maxine saying, "We're here." "Oh, it's beautiful, Grandma," Ben told her, totally nailing his act as Gwen. "Dude, you're really good at mimicking that geek," I whispered close to him, to which he merely winked back. "I knew you would like it," Maxine said with a smile. "Hey, Gwen, why don't you help me set up the tent?" "Sure thing," Ben told her before signaling for me to wait for him. Once Maxine and Ben were finished laying out one of the tents, I watched as he hammered a peg into the dirt. I was lost in my thoughts for a brief moment, thinking about how skilled Ben actually was with these camping things, until I heard Grandma's voice. "Huh, We're short one steak. Must be in the back of the RV. Be right back, she said, but was immediately stopped by Ben's voice. Don't worry, I already got it with me, Ben told her as he finished setting up the tent. Why don't you rest a bit? Me and Jen will stretch our legs, and after that we can light a fire and roast some marshmallows. Excellent idea, Glenn. Maxine complimented him, probably already feeling tired from driving us all those hours. Just don't go far, and please don't let Jen get into trouble. Don't worry, I got this, he told her with a thumbs up, for some reason that made me feel as if I was the only kid here, and left the camp with me following right behind. Return Mitzi's POV. A couple of minutes later, as we left a snoring grandma behind, we looked up at the sky and noticed a shooting star, which made me nostalgic of the time I got my own Omnitrix. The pod, you were right. Jen pointed it out to me, visibly shaking of excitement. Was there any doubt? I turned to look at her, but she just sheepishly smiled while scratching her head in embarrassment. Immediately activating my watch, I mentally selected my Kinoceleran XL8 form and transformed, momentarily blinding Jen with the usual green flash of light. Since my Omnitrix was bound to my soul and original DNA, none of my transformations would be at risk of being ginger. Dude, that was sick! You completely undersold the awesomeness of it, she said while rubbing her eyes. But at least give me a heads up next time. Sorry, we can't waste any time here, I told her before picking her up and dashing straight to the crash site, arriving just as the pod had landed. What's the name of this hero form? She asked me as I helped her to stand up again. I don't name them, but you will have the chance to name your own transformations once you get that, I told her while lifting my visor and pointing towards the pod which contained the Omnitrix. Sweet, she said, and immediately made her way toward the center of the crater. Gotta give it to the girl. She definitely has the guts for this hero job, I thought to myself before turning back to my human form. As for Jen, she now had a close and full view of the pod as it opened itself before her, and a green light in the shape of an hourglass shined from it, which was attached to a cylindrical watch-like device. So, this is it, huh? My superheroine's origin story? Jen asked no one in particular, while smiling to herself. Stepping closer to the pod, she outstretched her arm just as I had previously instructed her. As she did that, the Omnitrix leapt from the pod and onto her wrist, latching itself to Jen. Jen, is everything all right? I asked her with slight concern showing in my voice. I wasn't scared, she managed to mutter after awkwardly recomposing herself. I was just startled. As I raised my eyebrow in confusion, Jen once again gave me a sheepish smile before moving on to inspect her own Omnitrix. Man, this thing is tight. Well, it needs to. The Omnitrix has merged with your skin and is most likely assimilating your DNA as we speak, I told her with some amusement. You know that sometimes I really forget that you are me and not my cousin Glenn, Jennifer remarked before going silent for a moment. But I thank you for the lesson. Oh, the lesson hasn't even begun. Come here, I told her with a smug smile and signaled for her to approach me. Once she climbed her way out of the crater, I gestured for her to show me her left wrist. Doing so allowed me to easily access this reality's version of the Omnitrix. As you can see, our watches are very similar, though mine has some features I've unlocked along the way. Sensing that I had her full attention, I explained, for now, all you got to do is press this button. Then, when the ring pops up, just twist it until you see the species that you want to be. Press it down, and bammo, it's hero time. That is so cool. Jen gushed as she looked at her wrist before turning to face me again. Nice catchphrase, by the way. Mind if I steal it? Knock yourself out. I shrugged my shoulders and smiled. Sweet, she cheered with a fist in the air. And you were saying that I will start things with 10 forms already unlocked? Yup, I nodded, and she cheered again. From now on, any time the watch comes into contact with more sufficiently intelligent DNA that is considerably different from yours, it will glow yellow and you will get yourself a new form. So it will be like collectibles. Awesome! She quickly understood and immediately proceeded to activate the Omnitrix. As she was going through all the silhouettes, Jen asked me, Which one should I try first? Whichever you want, I'm here just to guide you through the journey, and something tells me that you learn faster by actually experiencing each form than sitting here all day long listening to everything I know, was my honest answer to her. Okay, if you say so, she replied before stopping on a familiar silhouette, the one belonging to the armored velociraptor. She shouted before slamming down the dial. Let's bet on a race and see who is faster. Shielding my eyes for a moment, I waited until the green flash of light was over. However, instead of becoming the female version of my Kiniceleran XRL8 transformation, what stood before me was a tiny frog-looking grey alien, a Galvan grey matter with slightly more feminine features than my own form. Hey, that's not the speedy guy I was going for, she told me with her high-pitched voice and annoyed expression. Immediately squatting down before her while laying my arms over my legs, I stared at her in mild disappointment. On our way here, didn't I warn you to not slam the watch? It will randomly turn you into another transformation. You did, but I was just too excited to try this out. Jen told me with a hint of embarrassment. Well, I suppose you would have to turn into this girl sooner or later. I tried to raise her spirits and quickly succeeded in doing so by picking her up. I had to consider for a moment about how I could better summarize each one of her transformation's uses, but once I realized that I didn't really need to cover every single detail, mostly because Prime Ben did just fine by himself, I at least enjoyed the opportunity to mentor a variant of my childhood hero. All right, Jen motivated herself before better inspecting her new body. So what can this alien do? Wait, don't tell me that I'm just a frog. Not exactly. Sure, you can jump, climb, swim, and even catch flies with your tongue. I saw as she made a face of disgust at my initial words. But you are a Galvan, the smartest species alive in this and probably in many other galaxies. So I'm now a know-it-all? To be honest, I don't feel all that smart, Jen told me while scratching her head. Don't you think that makes sense? I asked her. After all, intelligence is a complex and multifaceted trait. You didn't magically learn things you never heard about. It's just that your brain can now process information much faster than it ever did, not to mention that you should also possess photographic memory to recall subjects you originally didn't quite understand at first. I think you are right. I can recall how ignorant I was in my last school test. Struggling to solve such basic mathematical questions feels like I couldn't even write my own name. Or I can even list all the cheat codes of my video game from the top of my head. Jen was about to lose herself on a tangent until I spoke up again. There you go. I gave her a small pat on her head and placed her back on the ground as we both heard the beeping noise of her Omnitrix badge. Once she reverted back to her human form, I said, other than sneak your way around tight spaces, I think we have covered the basics of that form. Ah, man, not that I am complaining to not be stuck as Ms. Brainiac, but wasn't that too quick for a timeout? She asked me while noticing that the watch was locked into recharge mode. Another reason for you to not slam the dial. Not only do you turn into a random form, but also get a random amount of time, I told her while placing my hand over her watch. So, how long will it take to recharge? Jen was about to ask until she heard the familiar beep and the watch's dial went from red to green. Wow, that was quick. What did you do? A little trick I've learned. Jen stared at me, probably thinking that I would share my secret regarding my anodite aura. Don't worry, after I help you unlock the master control, you won't have to rely on that trick. But let's get you at least acquainted with each transformation before that. Okay. I think I will call the first gal Reimagined. What do you think? She asked me, almost guessing the original nickname of this transformation.
I dig it,
Was my answer after pondering about it for a moment. Really? She asked, blushing as my hand lingered for a while over her Omnitrix. After nodding while releasing her wrist, I gestured for her to proceed. So, if I'm careful enough, I might finally get the speedy dinosaur. Go for it. I gave her a thumbs up and she pressed the watch more calmly this time. As the bright flash of light came and went away, I was finally presented to the female variation of my Kiniceleran XRL8 form, which kind of reminded me of what that variant of Gwen that had her own Omnitrix turned into. I mean, save for the pink and blue themes on her eyes, Omnitrix badge and bio suit. Wow! I feel as if I have drunk too much coffee, Jen admitted in her raspy voice before running all around me in small bursts of speed. Check it out. Hey, it feels like you are stuck into slow motion. Ha ha! Very funny, Jen, I told her in a sarcastic way with my arms crossed, not long after I mentally commanded my Omnitrix to turn me into my Kinocelerin, XRL8 form, and continued saying, despite the sudden change of voice, "This time I will say less and let you get the hang of things on your own. Follow me." As I finished saying that, my visor closed shut and I zoomed out of there. Hey, not fair. You didn't make a countdown. I heard Jen complaining as she tried to keep up. Occasionally I had to slow down a little because the forest near our camp wasn't the easiest terrain to traverse, much less in super speed. Jen tripped once or twice, but to her credit she quickly recovered and regained her pace without crashing into anything. As skilled and experienced as I was in this form, it is undeniably impressive how naturally fast this species really was. Even after running over a nearby lake, Jen didn't hesitate before following me. At first she almost lost her balance, but just like original Ben did, she pulled it off on her first try. Frankly, sometimes I could have sworn that Jen almost caught up with me, though I suspected she only got this close because I feared that going faster would have been dangerous for someone still learning her way around the wheels on each of her feet. By the time Jen tripped a bit harder than usual, I quickly reversed my direction and caught her before she injured herself. "You know, Jen, you are natural at this," I told her as my visor lifted and revealed my face. Thanks. I'm your remember." She struggled a bit to reply. Apparently, the trip left her dazed for a moment. "It's just that I thought I could go faster." I chuckled at her antics. "Hey, Jen, look around you."
"What do you mean?"
She was about to question until she noticed how visibly slower the world around us was going.
"Wow.
Dude, that's crazy. I'm totally naming this form Dead Time, from Dead on Time. However, that time dilation soon ended since we slowed down our pace considerably while standing still. As I was about to suggest a better name for her form before moving on to explain a bit more about the species we had turned into, I felt Jen's arms tightening around my shoulders and pulling me closer. Since I could keep my hyperspeed even without running, I managed to notice that the girl was actually pulling me up for a kiss. Instead of overreacting, I just dropped her down flat on her ass. "Ouch!" Jen shouted, more in shock than in actual pain. "What was that for? I'm the one who should be asking that," I quickly replied while crossing my arms. "Were you really trying to give me a kiss of thanks for catching you after you tripped?" Don't be ridiculous." I was, she rebutted, but once she stopped to contemplate what she was about to do, her face betrayed a mixture of both confusion and embarrassment. "Dude, I'm so sorry. I have no idea what got into me." I stared at her for a brief moment. This alien brat before me seemed genuinely startled by what she almost did, to the point her visor instinctively closed to hide her face. Using my magical aura to get a read on her superficial thoughts and emotions, I got proof of her confusion and embarrassment. But since my perception had been greatly boosted by my current transformation, I also managed to get something entirely different during that brief moment where I was almost kissed by my female variant. It was lust. Coming from this 10-year-old kid. Wait, FBI. I'm sure there must be a logical reason for that. Come to think about it, I could kind of sense something similar in me, though thanks to my excellent control over my emotions, it was much more faint than what I sensed from Jen. For a fraction of a second, that girl actually wanted to get busy with me, but just as quickly as that instinct came, it vanished. "Please say something, Jan and Ben?" Jen brought me out of my thoughts, although I could clearly hear the embarrassment in her voice. "Don't worry, Jen, I'm not doubting you. I really believe it was not your fault," I said while walking towards her as she was still sitting on the ground, offering her my hand. I continued, "Apologies for the silence. I was busy thinking about what actually happened. I should be the one apologizing, dude." She accepted my hand still a bit meekly as I helped her up and pressed the badge on her chest, reverting her back to her human form. "Any ideas?" "Plenty of theories, but nothing solid for now." If something similar happens, please do tell me, I said while looking at the sky, almost cursing once I recalled that we had a meeting scheduled with a certain squid face, so I decided to speed things up a little. We should proceed. Sure, was the answer Jen gave me, still visibly uncomfortable from what just happened. Who should I pick next? Oh, right, is my choice. She looked through the silhouettes on the watch, eventually stopping on the one with wings. As she pressed the button and turned into a lepidopteran stinkfly form, I could immediately tell the differences between her transformation and mine. For starters, she was at least twice as big as my base form, with thicker limbs and abdomen. Secondly, I could see that instead of the sharp-edged wings my transformant boasted, hers was larger and rounder, resembling the wings of a butterfly. Lastly, her exoskeleton was a tone of green lighter than mine, and her scent, albeit nowhere near what I would describe as pleasant, was still more tolerable than mine. Am I a giant bug? Jen questioned with her altered voice as she circled around to better see herself. Okay, these aliens really must have something with our planet. It's the third that resembles something that we know from here. Again, that's not a bad guess, I told Jen, being a bit proud of her for making that connection. Granted, for all we know that might as well be the case, but keep in mind that we have no frame of reference in regards to these species. Perhaps it's just a weird coincidence. Makes sense, she acknowledged. I guess it's not as if it really matters in the end. So, what can I do? Basically, you have flight, improved vision, and can spit either flammable or sticky slime from both your mouth and eyes. I briefly summarized for her as I reverted back to my human form and proceeded to suddenly climb over her back. But what are you doing? Jen asked me, a bit startled, probably still sensitive from what had happened a while ago. Won't you turn into the same alien and miss the experience? No thanks. I casually dismissed it and ignored any other complaints she might have. Other than wanting to enjoy the ride, I was also exploring a theory of mine. Now, try moving your wings. It might be a bit hard to synchronize them on your first time, but once you get it right, you will be making it without breaking a sweat. Okay, got it, Jen replied with her high-pitched voice. This puke queen is taking off. After a brief moment for her to bat her wings fast enough to produce a breeze, she finally lifted herself off the ground and almost immediately spinned around due to one set of wings being slightly faster than the other. By the time we began flying over the treetops, Jen's time was almost halfway over, so I quickly began giving her some tricks I picked up from experiencing this transformation. Soon enough, we were basically recreating that test drive scene from How to Train Your Dragon, save for the part where the protagonist almost died. Having timed Jen's transformation from the beginning, I knew exactly when she would eventually time out. After we landed safely and Jen reverted back to her human form, she complained a bit about how weird it was to no longer have extra limbs and wings. As I immediately aided her by recharging her Omnitrix much faster than it would have by itself, she immediately proceeded to select her next transformation. Eeny meeny miny mo, Jen said before finally pressing the dial as it displayed the silhouette of an aquatic humanoid creature. The usual green light flashed over my closed eyes, and when I opened them back again in Jen's place stood a female version of my persist volan, Ripjaw's transformation. One of the main differences on Jen's form from mine, other than the more feminine aspects, was that hers had two fins on the sides of her more rounded face that resembled ears and another set that was bigger on each side of her hips. Not only that, but she also had long and voluminous green hair that reminded me of seaweed. Dope, I'm a fish stick now. Though it's a real pity I got legs instead of a fishtail, it would have been neat to act like a mermaid, Jen said with her deep voice while checking herself out and placing her hair behind her ear fins, until suddenly she began grasping her neck with a slight discomfort in her breathing. Is it just me, or did the air just become drier? I was hoping that your Omnitrix would have that problem fixed from the start, I told her while dragging her by the hand to a nearby lake. You see, the species you've turned into is called Piscis volan, and they have a hard time breathing outside of water. So this form is Light Rally, a fish out of water. Wait, you said. Jen struggled to speak as she began to hyperventilate before she was about to keep forcing herself to speak. I interrupted her. You can talk later. For now, you need to take a dip, I told her as we reached a small cliff next to a lake, and I threw her onto it without much warning. Hey! Jen protested as she was caught by surprise and fell into the cold body of water, but once she refreshed herself and emerged back, her tone was much happier. Ah, I really needed that. Thanks. You are welcome, I said while squatting down on the small cliff next to the lake and smiling at her. Did you notice something different? What do you mean, should I? She asked, confused. I mean, I can breathe now. That's definitely a major improvement. Take a look down below. I almost facepalmed as I pointed out the obvious difference in Jen's alien body. Down below? What do you? Oh! She was about to assume that I was messing with her until she noticed her legs had morphed into a long fishtail, which considerably boosted her mobility in bodies of water. I'm a complete mermaid now. That's pretty freaking awesome. Glad you like it. I smiled at her celebration, thinking that if not for her dangerously sharp teeth and claws, Jen could have been described as cute. You might not be naturally adapted to breathing out of water, but at least you can switch between legs and this tail. Well, I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Jen shrugged as her attention was still directed at her tail. What else can I do? Standing up properly and making my way around the border of the lake, I began listing out the basic details of that transformation. You have teeth and a powerful jaw that lets you munch through the toughest of metals, thick skin that can easily shrug off blades and most types of bullets, enhanced underwater senses, and that angler on your forehead lets you produce bioluminescent light. Sweet! Jen grinned as she rested her head over her crossed arms which hung over the lake's edge. But what about my need to breathe out of water? You said you expected that my watch would have it fixed from the start. Does that mean you've managed to fix it? Always the clever girl, huh? I winked at her and signaled for her to leave the water and approach me. Wait, I think I still have some time before timing out. She argued, but I just dismissed it. Don't worry, I won't put you through that experience again. I assured her, and she eventually trusted me enough to crawl out of the lake. Before she had the chance to dry up, I pressed the badge on her shoulder and reverted her back to human form. Wow, how did you do that? She asked me, genuinely surprised that I successfully bypassed the time duration of her transformation. I just pressed it. Heh! I told her with a chuckle. You need to keep that badge locked down while in action, otherwise you will be a bump away from turning back to your human form. Thanks for the warning, I guess, was Jen's reply before she recalled why she had approached me in the first place. So, about fixing that transformation of mine? Don't worry, just extend your left wrist and I will get it fixed in no time. I assured her, and as she complied, I linked our Omnitrixes together and left the job for Alpha. Next time you turn into... I was about to call the transformation by the name of the species, but decided to let Jen name it herself. How about Sea Maiden? She told me with an expectant smile. Sea Maiden. I pondered for a moment, repeating that name a couple of times in my head until I spoke up again. I like it. You do? She blushed for a moment before recomposing herself and smiled again. I mean, of course you do. We both have amazing taste. If you say so. Hey? I nodded with an amused chuckle before continuing with my previous comment. Next time you turn into Sea Maiden, your watch will give you breathing tanks over your gills. I'm sure that will come in handy, Jen said with a smile. I sure hope so, I agreed and added, not only that, I helped you with some other 2 of your forms. Wait, more incomplete transformations. Jen groaned in disbelief. Dude, who built this thing? I mean, don't get me wrong, the Omnitrix is amazing, but these sorts of things shouldn't have been a problem to begin with. Did he or she never hear of patches before? He got a point there. But the watch as it is just a prototype, so I wouldn't put all the blame on its creator. I told her just in case she ever comes across this reality's version of Azimuth. Still, Jen scratched her head before changing subjects. Should we continue with those 2 other transformations you've mentioned? Sure. I disconnected our watch, personally activated her Omnitrix, and began twisting her dial. First one is basically a machine. Pressing the dial once I found the silhouette of a galvanic mechamorphoid grade, I instinctively covered my eyes before the green light flashed, and by the time I uncovered them, I was presented with the image of what a female galvanic mechamorphoid grade would look like, which disappointingly was identical to its male variant. Inorganic life form should have seen that coming. I thought to myself, oh man, I'm really a machine. I heard Jen's voice, which was more robotic than mine was during my first time as this species. Actually, you are at least 1 billion tiny robots. I told her and saw that she focused her singular circular eye to better inspect her skin. That's so sick. She gushed again. So, what can I do? Basically, you can fuse with technology and improve it, to the point where even a basic machine can easily become a weapon in your hands. I told her while handing her the MP3 I got back from the RV. As she picked it up, the small piece of tech alongside its headphones were absorbed into her palm, and Jen's body began shifting around to manifest speakers. Hey, Glenn will be so mad once he hears that I ate his precious MP3. Jen said, a bit concerned before poking the speakers on her arms. Don't worry, usually the tech you improve will revert back once you release it. I said while looking around her body, looking for the place where the MP3 might have been stored, until suddenly I punched a hole inside her stomach and retrieved it back. Hey, you really need to start giving me some warnings, Jen complained, her tone a bit softer than her words implied. I mean, at least now I know that Update here doesn't feel pain from being punched, but still, sorry, I smiled apologetically, before showing her that the MP3 was intact. But as you can see, despite no longer being merged with it, the blueprints have remained on your transformation. As you get to scan more technology, you will continue to add it to your arsenal. All right, that's incredible. You think I can get myself a tank or a fighter jet? Or better yet, a spaceship? She cheered and blasted a loud sound from her speakers. If not for my magical barrier, I might have gotten my eardrums burst. Sorry, it didn't mean to do that. Don't worry, I'm not that easily hurt, I told her with a dismissive smile before getting a bit more serious. But you will need to be careful. The Omnitrix might have been created for a different reason, but it's regarded as the most powerful weapon of the universe for a reason. You will come across some war machines such as tanks, fighter jets, submarines, and even alien spaceships, but I urge you to take this as a serious responsibility. I understand, Jen eventually replied with a nod. I won't abuse my powers. You will see. I will make you proud. That caught me by surprise. Sure, I wasn't a stranger to the idea that girls mature faster than boys, but to have me as a mentor figure who's worthy of being made proud wasn't part of my plans. Guess it just adds to the sense of responsibility I was starting to develop towards this girl. Glad to hear it, I nodded before suddenly poking the Omnitrix badge on her chest and consequently reverting her back to her human form. I totally forgot you could do that, she replied with a facepalm. Next time, please teach me how to lock it properly. Sure thing, I said as I quickly selected the next transformation on her watch's dial. Sorry for rushing things for you. It's just that we are running out of time. It's that bad guy you mentioned before, Jen asked me while referring to what I told her about Vilgax, to which I merely nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'm already learning lots of stuff from a pro such as you. I really hope that's indeed the case, I said before pressing the watch and activating her next transformation. This one, for instance, will be one headache that you won't be having. What do you mean? She asked, as she noticed her voice now resembled two people speaking, one that spoke in a whispering tone, while the other spoke while gasping. Dude, don't tell me I can also turn into a goose. All right, I won't tell you, I replied with a provocative grin, although Jen was a bit too occupied checking herself out. From my perspective, her ectoneurite ghost freak form resembled an undead bride, with a veil that possessed the same black slit which opened up for her singular pink eye, long hanging sleeves which almost hid her bony hands, and a long skirt, all of these pieces being tattered, especially on their edges, not to mention her tail coming down from her creepy gown. Let me guess, I can speak with the dead, was Jen's first assumption after getting used to her new body. You know, I've never actually tried it, I admitted as my hand grasped my chin. If you manage that feat, I would like to hear about it. Sure thing, Jen said, her voice almost succeeding to send chills down my spine. But you mentioned having some sort of trouble with this transformation. Let's just say that this race can exist even in the smallest pieces of its DNA, and that the original donor of this transformation wasn't exactly pleased to be controlled each time I turned into it. I revealed only the essential information about the demon that was Zek's scare before giving her a brief explanation of what I managed to achieve after spending some hours as my ultimate Galvan grey matter form. I wasn't sure that it would be the same for you, but since your Omnitrix also had that problem with making a breathing apparatus for your sea maiden form, I cleansed everything that didn't belong to the base ectoneurite species just to be safe.
I see.
Jen replied while staring at me with her singular sinister eye. Thanks for taking care of me. Like always, you are welcome. I nodded back and placed my hands over my waist. So, what are you waiting for? Go for a test drive. For now, focus on getting invisible and to phase past some rocks and trees. Got it, she told me before flying away like an apparition. As she explored her ghostly powers, I took the opportunity to test how my anodite powers fared in comparison to an ectoneurite ghost freak. Since she didn't possess any life energy, it was considerably harder to locate her, and as Morningstar had learned from Dueling One, neither did it had any mana to be absorbed. But that didn't mean that ectoneurites were immune to magic like that turtle species. It's just a matter of being well versed in some necromancy. The best part, though, was that I could conjure these spells even as an alien ghost. Recalling most of the spells I've learned from the Archimada book, I started with Detect Dead and eventually managed to pinpoint Jen's location as her protoplasm appeared to me like a cloud of blue glowing particles. I also sensed some wildlife that was recently killed by some predator, and even sensed some fate energy, which I assumed to be a human body buried for who knows how long. A couple of minutes later, I sensed Jen's ectoplasm getting near me from behind. "So, are you having fun?" I casually asked, startling her before she could attempt to scare me. "Ah, man," Jen groaned as she became visible once again. "Has anyone ever told you that sometimes you're no fun?" "Once or twice," I said jokingly before standing up and placing my hand over her Omnitrix badge and twisted to the side. "Just so you know, this is how you locked it." "Oh, thanks." That apparently took her by surprise. Again. As I twisted it back again and pressed it in order to reverse her back to her human form, she asked, "So now that I'm done with Poltergeist, who's next?" "You have 4 more other transformations to go," I told her before once again assuming control of her Omnitrix and twisting the dial in order to show her each silhouette. Fire, muscles, crystal, and beast. Jen pondered for a brief moment before telling me with a smug expression, "You know me, I'm always ready to pump up the heat." "All right, brace yourself then," I warned her and selected the Pyronite transformation in her watch and pressed the dial, which immediately prompted me to step back a little as Jen literally caught fire. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Jen almost screamed, but soon recalled that it wasn't supposed to hurt her, so once she was sure that the burning sensation would never come, she began laughing rather menacingly. "Hee, check me out, Ben. I'm totally hot," but she stuttered for a moment as she realized what she just said. I mean, not in that way. I mean, sure, I'm the best, but look." She showed me her hands made out of blazing plasma. "This is so freaking cool." Looking at her blazing figure, I noticed that despite the fact that Pyronites were not exactly organic beings, there was still some dimorphism between our transformations, which included a skinnier figure, wider hips alongside thinner waist and shoulder width. Another curious thing was that her Omnitrix had seen as necessary to grant her a biosuit which resembled a one-piece swimsuit that was white on the right half and black on the left half, though I wasn't sure how those clothes would affect her ability to dissemble into a cloud of smoke. "I'm glad that you are still having fun," I told her with a smile while keeping some distance from her. Just by standing this close, I could feel the air being dried and heated up to uncomfortable levels. There is always some danger in playing with fire, especially for those around you. "You are right," she said while trying to burn less intensively. Sorry. You are good," I assured her before starting to give her a crash course in regards to her burning physiology. As you can see, not only do your own flames not hurt you, but you will eventually find out that even dangerous explosions won't be enough to tickle you. As for what you get on top of that, think of your run-of-the-mill fire control and dial it up to an 11. You got the whole package: fireballs, fire breath, and even flight through fire propulsion. Oh yeah! This form rocks! She fist-bumped the air and accidentally shot a blast of fire upwards, which exploded like fireworks once it was high enough.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to do that. But I'm sort of glad that I did. I just want to blast some stuff and release some steam. I would advise you against that idea. I warned her and noticed how easily I threw off her excitement. Not because you shouldn't play with your powers from time to time, that definitely helps you improve your skills in a more natural way, but more specifically because this forest seems a bit drier than usual, so any spark could easily escalate into a massive fire. That actually makes sense. Jen eventually agreed to my suggestion, though her excitement had waned considerably from earlier. As for your previous comment, I tried to come up with something to lighten up her mood. This form indeed rocks, quite literally, given how you can also reshape stone as your flames envelope it. You're serious? She asked while staring at me with her flaming skull. I mean, not that I doubt you, but it's just unbelievable. I offered her a word to complete her sentence, still finding her excitement for basically anything I presented her to be very amusing. Why, yeah. Jen accepted my suggestion, while understanding the risks of trying anything at that moment. I gotta test this blaze caster whenever I'm out of this forest. You will have plenty of opportunities, I assured her before gesturing for her to time out intentionally. Oh, right. Bad guy will be here soon. She acknowledged my rush before taping over her Omnitrix badge and reverting herself back to her human form. You know, I think I'm getting the hang of this. I'm glad to hear it. The reason I'm asking you to go through each and every single one of your current transformations is to give you a head start on mastering your newfound powers. I complimented her before taking control of her Omnitrix again, but I would urge you to think less about merely outpunching your opponents and more about outsmarting them. Consider each one of your forms, memorize their strengths and weaknesses, not only to avoid getting caught by surprise, but also to avoid putting others into unnecessary harm. Jen remained silent for a moment, worrying me that I had finally managed to get on her nerves, until she finally replied with a thoughtful expression. So it's kinda like that Sumo Slammers card game. Each warrior has its combat specialty and favored terrain. Aishiyama is by far the strongest one, but if your opponent has the perfect combo to counter him, then he won't stand a chance. I raised an eyebrow at her comparison, having almost forgotten that this franchise must have continued to remain relevant in other realities other than mine, which didn't go unnoticed by Jen. Wait, don't tell me you don't have sumo slammers in your reality, she asked, almost shouting to my face. I recall being into it when I was younger, I teased her, but I no longer see the appeal. I'm more into Guardians of the Universe. Their lore is deep and their latest video game is just an instant classic. Really? Hard to believe there's something cooler than sumo slammers. Jen told me with an expression of disbelief before pouting. Wish I could visit your universe and see it for myself. Who knows, if I learn more about what brought me here in the first place, I might get some ideas on how to have you as my guest next time. I told her the truth. Besides, I would certainly appreciate your help from time to time. Sweet. Count me in. Jen agreed to my suggestion before pressing the dial of her Omnitrix, accepting my choice for her next transformation without batting an eye. As her Omnitrix entered her body and the usual green light flashed everywhere, I was finally presented to her Petrosapian diamond head form, which was a shade lighter than my own original form's pale green and had a slimmer figure. Oh, isn't she pretty? Were the first words I got from Jen as she saw her own reflection in her crystal-like skin. Am I literally made out of diamonds? Man, I'm filthy rich. You might indeed be, I pondered for a moment, having once found it stupid how the creators of the show came out of their way to state that Diamond Head's crystals had no value. I mean, the mineral you are made of certainly is rare, given how this species is basically extinct. Also, I can definitely attest to its durability and sharpness. As for commercial value, if you can convince them that it is pretty, since that's mostly on the eye of the beholder, I bet you will get everyone's attention once you show them this trick. As I picked a small flashlight from my pocket, I lighted up against her crystalline skin, and we both witnessed as the light refracted through her body, producing a mesmerizing visual spectacle.
Wow!
Shiny! Jen exclaimed in awe as she stared at her semi-translucent arm. I'm totally calling this girl Crystal Shine. Badass, isn't it? She apparently still expected my approval of her choice of names. Instead of speaking against it, I just nodded and she proceeded with her line of thought. Cute. What's her powers anyway? I mean, besides looking pretty. So in those still remaining minutes before she timed out, I gave her a brief crash course about both crystal and photokinesis. She was especially hyped for the idea of shedding off some of her defenses in order to resemble a ninja, that and the ability of materializing her own near-indestructible razor-sharp weapons. Similar to what I've been doing up to that point, I also dropped a couple of hints in regards to what I knew about her transformation species, and that she might come across one of them in her heroic adventures, probably a bit less subtle this time, since I wasn't completely sure if Tetrax would still appear for her later on her summer trip. Now that's what I call a heroic tribute, Jen declared, after she succeeded in sculpting a crystal statue of her current appearance. By the time she received my thumbs up of approval, we both heard the beeping noise of her Omnitrix badge. Wow! I wasn't sure if it would remain here after I turned back to my human form. How long do you think it will stay as it is? Shrugging my shoulders, I casually replied what I knew. It's not ice, so don't expect it to melt off anytime soon. And from one of my encounters with a time manipulator, I don't think it ages either. If not for its weakness to high-frequency attacks, I might say that it would still be here by the time you are acknowledged as the biggest heroine of this reality. That is, if no exploration group finds it by accident first. In that case, you might expect to hear about it everywhere on the news. Yeah, so you're saying that it's better for me to just get rid of it? Jen asked with a disappointed expression. Not necessarily. I told her after looking around the forest and finding a nearby mountain, let's at least find somewhere to hide it properly. All the way up there? Jen asked, struggling to see past the night's dark sky, before turning to face her crystal statue. Do you have any idea how heavy this stuff must be? I'd bet it's heavier than it looks, I told her with a smile while stretching my hand, and she instinctively offered me her Omnitrix. Let's go with muscles this time. As I picked and pressed the silhouette which had 4 arms, I quickly stepped back and shielded my eyes from the green flash of light. Fortunately, once the glow faded and I was able to see Jen's tetramand 4 arms form, I was glad to see that despite being a muscular giantess with 4 arms, the Omnitrix apparently knew better than to just give her the classic Shiva's V-shaped attire. Don't get me wrong. Her clothes were still somewhat revealing, with her axe-shaped bra that did nothing to conceal her ripped abs, and a loincloth that certainly accentuated both her thin waist and wide hips. But other than that, the main difference from my own base transformation is that her skin was of a darker shade, and she actually had similar hair to her human form. Dude, what is this? Jen exclaimed in a manner that was a bit hard for me to initially grasp if she disapproved of her wardrobe or the prospect of being a literal red giantess was a bit too much for her. But that confusion quickly faded once I saw a smug grin on her face and she began making some bodybuilding poses. Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. I'm totally calling this one Handiva. Glad you are enjoying yourself up there, I said while stretching my head upwards in order to look her in the eyes, all 4 of them, before pointing towards the crystal statue from before. How about putting those muscles to use? Oh, right. I got this, Jen replied with her deep voice and slightly embarrassed demeanor. And as she walked her way towards it, I got a better understanding of how massive and heavy this species was. It was one thing to be the big guy in the room, everything looked smaller and lighter than usual, but to feel the ground and nearby trees slightly shake with a single step of hers was something I had to experience to really understand. Not long after, I watched as Jen lifted, with only a single set of her arms, mind you, the really heavy statue as if it was made of cardboard paper. "So, do you want to ride again?" she asked as she puffed her chest and rested the statue over her shoulder. "Not this time," I said, and mentally ordered my Omnitrix to turn me into my own base Tetraman. 4 arms, transformation. I had another theory I also needed to check, and since I still hadn't totally figured out what was the reason for Jen's weird behavior earlier on, I went for the 2 birds, 1 stone approach. Wow. For a hot minute I've totally forgotten that you could also turn yourself into an alien. Jen told me, a bit embarrassed before quickly getting over it and unceremoniously invading my personal space, which in return allowed me to notice that she towered over me, even if by a little. "But I must tell you, I'm all for this form of yours. Really big and red, with those arms and legs." "Oh, thanks, I guess," was my reply as Jen touched my shoulder. "Is everything all right?" "Hey, I've never felt better, hunkulars," she told me while staring back at me with sweet eyes. "You know something? I'm so glad to be able to meet you, even if you are me. You get what I'm saying, right?" "Yeah, sure. That's what I've told you before," I replied as she began caressing my arms. Yeah, I really appreciate knowing that you also feel this way," she added while dropping the crystal statue to the ground without any care for it. Jen, I think I've solved the mystery from before. Let me turn back to my human form just to be sure." I told her while faking that I needed to physically press my Omnitrix badge on my shoulder in order to turn back again. And just as expected, Jen quickly stopped me from doing so by grabbing my wrist. "Hey, what's the matter? We are totally chill, aren't we? I mean, I need to learn more about this transformation if I want to be a better heroine, right?" "Jen, that's not my point," I told her as I kept my own emotional tension under control. "This intense attraction that you are feeling must be a glitch caused by the fact that we share the same DNA and that our Omnitrixes have turned us into the prime version of this species. Did I forget to mention that you look so hot every time you say something smart?" She gave me a grin as if she was ready to devour me and attempted to restrain each one of my arms, looking at how she was starting to hyperventilate. I knew things had escalated much quicker than I had initially anticipated. "How about we spar a little, eh? The winner gets to choose the prize." Man, was I in hot waters right now. I mean, despite the fact that regular female Tetramans were supposed to be stronger than the males, Prime Ben seems to be more than a match for Princess Luma, probably because the prime male of the species was on a whole nother level. The thing is, Jen had also become a prime example of her species, only thing being that her female anatomy gave her more room for improvement, to the point that I was actually feeling the pressure around my wrists. "If you insist." In face of her domineering presence, I gave her a confident smirk, to which she seemed to like even more. "Fear not, I will take it easy on you." Instead of resorting to either going ultimate or activating my Omni armor, I had another trick up my sleeve that I've been meaning to try against a tough opponent. Mana enhancement. I felt my heart beat much faster as it pumped my body with larger doses of my magical energy, boosting my muscles and bones to achieve power levels that almost compared to my ultimate version. From outside, the first aspect that could be noticed was that my eyes were green and steaming with energy, followed by my bulging muscles and blood vessels that almost ripped my omnisuit. From the first and last time I attempted this new technique, I felt it made me resemble the World-Breaker Hulk, save for the red skin and the extra set of arms. At that moment, I found enough strength to casually force my arms apart, despite Jen's attempts to shackle me in place, until I brought all my hands together into a mighty thunderclap that blasted her 1/2 mile back through countless trees and stones. Such was the shockwave's explosive power that I created a small crater beneath my feet and shook everything within a considerable radius. Had this form of mine possessed actual ears, I've no doubt that they would be bleeding by now. Quickly, recovering from that output of energy, I soon pursued Jen with a massive leap as she was still being carried away by the momentum of my recent attack. By the time I landed all the way near her, I watched as she struggled to grab onto something in order to anchor herself in place, incidentally carving large trenches for a considerable distance. By then, I was beginning to get worried that I might have overdone it a little, until I witnessed that despite her messed up hair and several superficial cuts on her thick skin, her grin of excitement still remained. As the red giantess took a brief moment to wipe a bit of blood from her mouth and tie most of her hair into a ponytail. "Is that the best you've got?" I heard Jen provoking me with a teasing smile before sprinting towards my direction. "Now it's my turn." As she bulldozed her way through what remained of the environment, I prepared myself to strike at the most opportune moment. Once she was at arm's length and ready to squash me with all four of her upper limbs, I merely sidestepped her first assault before immediately sneaking a precise yet explosive uppercut past her defenses. Seeing how she stumbled a bit after my punch connected with her chin, I imagine it might have stung a bit. Despite that, from her fierce stare I knew Jen still wanted to fight back. Nonetheless, it was still easy for me to block her blind jab and counter with a cross to the left cheek. Still not giving up while still dazed, she attempted 2 wild swinging punches, thrown with her full weight behind it, and probably with the intent to send me into the middle of next week. Unfortunately for her, I easily negated her effort with a double elbow block followed by 2 opportunistic body shots that probably cracked something. The girl still had an ocean of fighting spirit inside her, so I had to deal with 2 feral left punches that weren't all that easy to block. I made her pay for that by weakening her jaw with horizontal and reverse elbow strikes. Although I could, I decided against fracturing or dislocating it. However, I still kept going on her ribs and solar plexus until I thought she'd had enough and finished with a heel kick to the diaphragm that sent her tumbling all the way back where my first attack had sent her. Jumping just after I landed my last kick, I managed to land right on top of her and pinned her to the ground with my feet. Resting my arms over my knee, I teased her with a confident smile. Still trying to tickle me, destroying any worries I might have had that she wouldn't be able to withstand the punishment I rained down upon her. Jen spit a bit more blood and gave me a coughing laughter as if she was having the time of her life. Hee 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 hee. "Yeah, eyes up here, kid," I warned her once I noticed her attention wasn't entirely on our fight. "All right, focus, Jen." That answer of hers was the first sign of the real Jen underneath all that explosion of emotion boiling up inside her. As she attempted to place her feet against my belly and launch me far away, similar to how I did to her, I grabbed one of them and ragdolled her against the ground a couple of times. Kinda like how the Hulk humiliated Loki that one time before spinning her around and launching her up in the air. Once she landed and was unable to move a muscle, I knew it was about time for us to hear the telltale sign of her timing out, and since I would rather not see how all that beating would translate to the body of a 10-year-old girl, I immediately deactivated my mana enhancement mode and reached for her with one of my massive arms, channeling the magic of my charm of resurrection to boost my healing spell. By the time the bright green flash of light enveloped her body and changed her back to human, what was left before me was a visibly tired Jen that was physically unharmed, and I was more than glad to have this whole Cindy Moon and Peter Parker debacle over. I heard Jen groaning while still lying against the ground, though by the time I saw how red her face was becoming and almost worried that some Tetraman DNA might have somehow remained inside her, I received her embarrassed request. "Please, let's just forget that this ever happened. Okay?" Offering her my hand, I just gave her my friendliest smile and said, "What happened?" She immediately nodded and gave me a faint smile before accepting my hand and standing up again. "So, should we get done with this and go for my last transformation?" Jen asked me while not making eye contact. "Since the last one remaining is a wild blind beast with heightened senses and powerful instincts, I think it's better you try it out once I'm back to my dimension." I suggested, not really trying to provoke anything, quite the contrary, but I still got a weak punch on the shoulder from Jen. I usually have a policy about girls keeping their hands to themselves, especially for Gwen back when she was in her tsundere phase, but after I landed more than a few hits on her, I was enough of a good sport to not dodge from that last one. "So, what should we do now?" Jen asked, still a bit shaken from recent events. "Let's just find a place to hide that statue of yours and I will seal it with a notice me not enchantment," I told Jen while signaling for her to climb over my shoulders. Instead of trying to avoid making contact with me at all cost, she actually accepted my hand once again and sat next to my head. As I held her in place with one hand, I leapt all the way where we left the crystal statue. Once I picked it up with my arms on the other side and jumped once again. Took me less than a couple of minutes to find a cave that would suit our needs. As I placed it in place, I heard Jen asking me about this enchantment. I totally copied from my memories of Harry Potter. Oh, in basic terms, I'm using magic to hide this place's presence from the surroundings and convince any other rational brain that comes near it that its existence is not information worth retaining. I told her just as I finished drawing up the necessary arcane glyphs in the air before moving on towards the cave's exit. Not gonna lie, magic seems a bit cooler than I've given it credit before, Jen told me with an expectant look. Say, if I was to consider learning a few magical tricks here and there, what would it take me? I pretended to have to think about it for a moment before finally replying. You might have to spend a couple of hours meditating and probably researching through some ancient books in order to expand your understanding of the arcane arts. She almost cringed at my previous recommendation. Yeah, I think I will stick to the all-powerful alien watch business for now. As you wish, I nodded back. And just then we both witnessed a red beam of light crashing farther away into the forest we'd been practicing just a few minutes ago. Speaking of said business, ready to face the second in command before facing the big boss. Jen stared at the distance while placing one hand over her Omnitrix, finally realizing that it was all fun and games until she had to face real bad guys, who would stop at nothing until they got their hands on the watch, stuck around her wrist. Although, to her credit, I didn't even need to give her some pep talk or anything for her to quickly reply with a confident smile. It's hero time, Jen's POV. All right. It's okay, don't panic, Jennifer Tennyson, you totally got this. I immediately thought to myself as the situation finally dawned on me, you've got the most powerful weapon in the universe that you've already learned the basics of, and another me from a different reality that's already a pro-hero ready to step in if the worst-case scenario comes up. As I flew towards the sounds of destruction as my puke queen stinkfly form, I knew I wanted to prove that I was worthy of the power and knowledge that had been given to me in the last hour or two. Although Ben assured me he would interfere if the situation really went south, he also respected the fact that this was my reality and this was my debut as a superheroine, so he for now would mostly make sure that no one else would get hurt due to my lack of experience. Still, the fact that he preferred to do so from the sidelines and without showing himself almost made me think that he was still a bit cautious about getting too close while also in his alien forms. Grr! I can't believe all of that really happened. I totally made a fool out of myself, just hope he doesn't tell it to anyone else. I lost my focus for a moment right before arriving at my destination. No, he said he wouldn't. I trust him, and for that reason I must show that he can totally trust me with this metal head. As I glided over the campsite and took a better look at the giant robot that had been terrorizing the people, I finally brought my head back to the mission and immediately pictured my crystal shine diamond head transformation. Just as it had happened the first time I made such a mental command, the Omnitrix's badge beeped for a moment before it flashed green, and I instantly assumed another one of my transformations. Ben told me he had unlocked the master control or something on my Omnitrix, which was so cool of him to give me, but that wasn't all that important right now. Free-falling my way towards the giant robot as it was about to pick up a forest ranger that had been providing first aid to a civilian despite all the chaos surrounding them, I assumed a pose that would allow me to tackle it like an arrow. Not only did I fall on it with such force that I managed to easily pierce its thick metal armor Ben had mentioned earlier on, but I totally overshot past it and dug myself deep into the ground below once I came out from its other side, slicing and dicing at its finest. Though I might have overestimated my initial strike, given how I was barely able to dig myself out of the ground before I had to momentarily turn into my dead time, XL8 transformation in order to avoid a barrage of laser blasts being shot down at me. Staring back at it, I noticed that, despite having a massive hole that took one of its arms and legs each, this guy simply won't go down that easily. But neither would I. turning now into my blaze caster, heat blast form, shooting back at it with several magma-like shurikens. I aimed to blind the giant robot before it got lucky and hit me first, only to immediately regret doing so by how it immediately started to shoot blindly at all of its surroundings, exploding some RVs that were abandoned by the fleeing civilians. "Oops, my bad," I said to no one in particular before picturing in my mind another transformation. This time I thought I could use some technological superiority and instantly assumed my upgrade form. But as I was about to rush towards the blind giant piece of metal in order to merge with it, it released one large disc from its still remaining shoulder that quickly expanded into another type of combat droid, though this time this one could fly. Taking control over the alien technology, I worked fast to repair most of the damage I made on it and immediately engaged with the smaller robot. Despite having improved visual and weaponry in comparison to the base version of the giant robot, I was still having trouble pinning down the quick bastard who kept shooting lasers at me. Until I recalled what Ben told me about this transformation of mine being able to memorize every technology that I came into contact, so before I was forced to abandon ship, I spawned several speakers all throughout my giant metal body and emitted power sound blast that pushed everything a couple of meters next to me with tremendous force that it easily clipped the wings of that pesky pest. Once the smaller drone crashed into the ground, I morphed my two arms together and produced a huge cannon that completely vaporized it. Once, since the last one remaining was the giant robot that I had under my control, I pulled something I didn't really know I was capable of, which was dismantling every single piece of this second-in-command minion. Dropping back to the ground as an amorphous metallic blob, I tried my best to assume a more humanoid shape before proudly placing both hands beside my waist and declaring, "Since there is no one else around causing a fuss, it seems my job here is done." To my surprise, I was greeted by the rust bucket right before me as I faced its main entrance. Once the door opened, I saw Ben reaching out for me while saying, "Great job, Jen. I knew you could do it. Now, get inside before the authorities arrive." As I turned to my human form and accepted his hand to get inside, I saw Grandma Maxine staring at me with a look of relief. "So glad you are safe, Jen. But, well, Glenn did tell me about what happened while you two were away, but I still think we need to have a talk." I was about to gulp in concern, but was immediately calmed by Ben's expression of everything is going to be okay. Back inside the Chimerian hammer, which was still in orbit right after Jen's last battle ended, a terminal had finally finished informing the result of said battle before it was suddenly destroyed by an angry punch from the female version of Vilgax. "My drones are all destroyed," the intergalactic conqueror shouted furiously before her voice assumed a cold yet still angry demeanor. "Whoever has the Omnitrix possesses great power, but now they will have to deal with me." Zaf. Ikumus's POV. I must admit, despite this day not going at all the way how I had first anticipated it would, it was nonetheless a fun ride for sure. I've hijacked someone else's body, met a cute variant of my childhood hero, and even got to relive the most significant moment in my second life, that was the arrival of the Omnitrix on Earth. Unfortunately, I would have to pass the chance of kicking Vilgax's butt another time, even if I was really curious about how his female variant would look like. I'm not completely sure I won't just end up murdering the warlord for a second time. Even if I ignore the fact that everyone's gender has been swapped, this reality still has plenty of differences from my own. I mean, for starters, Jen would have to face her nemesis much earlier than I did, and don't let me get started on which version of Kevin Levin she would come across during her stay in New York. I really want to let Jen take care of things here and make her own choices. But besides giving her early access to the master control of her Omnitrix, what I couldn't resist was pulling some mind tricks on Grandma Maxine and have her come clean about her plumber past. Probably since it always irked me that the Max of my dimension withheld it from me, and the girls, despite how dangerous it was. Anyways, it's not as if I was being coherent with the fact that I also wanted to keep my visit to this dimension as a secret between both me and Jen by making Maxine believe I was still her grandchild, Glenn. Now, after I spent a minute as my ultimate Galvan grey matter form double-checking everything that I knew about the Transfera Identica spell and managed to trace the trail of energy from my home world, I was finally ready to say my goodbyes. "What do you mean you will be missing my fight with the big boss?" Jen's distressed voice hit me almost as fast as she jumped to hug me. "Don't you worry about it, kid. I'm sure you will ace this opponent just as you did with the previous guy." I tried first to calm her, but seeing how she was about to ask more questions, I immediately added, "Besides, I'm starting to worry about my family who must be missing me. Also, I'm not sure how your Glenn might be doing without anyone there to explain things for him." Apparently Jen still wanted to protest, but even she couldn't dispute my reasoning, though that didn't stop her from still feeling depressed that I was planning to go back to my reality. "Hey, don't be sad." I raised her chin and stared straight into her emerald eyes. "You've got this, Jennifer Tennyson. I know you will become an amazing heroine. You've got the makings of greatness in you, but you've got to take charge and chart your own course. Stick to it, no matter the hardship. And when the time comes, you'll get the chance to really prove your worth and show what you're made of. And, well, I hope I'm there, catching some of the light coming off you that day." Her lips seemed to finally curl into a faint smile as she touched my hand. "One more thing. I've managed to install a communication between our Omnitrixes. Here's hoping that you would be able to contact me in case you needed my help for a tough situation." That seemed to be enough to bring the old Jen back from her miserable state. Placing her right hand over her watch, she said, "You better send a message that you've arrived safely back home." "I will try my best," I said before activating the magical ritual, and a green aura lifted me a few feet over the ground. As I gave her one last smile, I also told her about another solution I found for her. "Oh, and don't worry about having to explain what happened to your cousin. I'm leaving some fake memories for him to believe that he had never left in the first place." "Thanks, Ben." She nodded back before my vision blurred out completely. This time, however, I could actually sense and perceive the pathway my soul was taking towards my original dimension as Ben Tennyson, and I gotta tell you, it really reminds me of the Null Void. An orange and amber-colored void with a bunch of island-like rocks floating in it, though for some reason I got the impression that I was considerably farther than what was ever explored in the original series. Before I could come across any other sign of life native to this place, I was pushed into one near imperceptible portal that blurred my vision once again. When my eyes flashed open another time, I found myself waking up on the same upper bed on the back of the rust bucket. At first I was worried that my ritual had gone awry somehow and sent me into another variant dimension. Granted, I wasn't in the mood to fall into the Operation Phoenix trope from that Rick and Morty cartoon, until I heard a familiar voice getting closer to me. "Oh, good, you finally awakened." I heard Lucy's voice as she effortlessly climbed into the bed I was staying in and placed her hand over my forehead. "How are you feeling, Ben? Your fever seemed to have gone away." "Hey, Lucy, I've really missed you." I gave her a friendly smile and hugged her, almost as if I hadn't actually believed that I would be able to travel back to this reality.
Oh, hey, I.
She immediately stuttered awkwardly with our sudden proximity, to the point that it actually reminded me of Jen, until Lucy recovered herself and hugged me back. "Must have been quite the nightmare for you to behave like this." "It's okay, Ben. I also don't like having those—" Wait, nightmare? Fever? What's she talking about? I thought to myself for a moment, though once I stared over her shoulder and saw Gwen approaching us, the smug wink she gave me told me she had done me a solid. "Ah, yes, I'm not sure what sort of cold that I caught, but I'm glad it's over now." "You sure? You can still rest on my bed if you want to," Lucy told me as I ended our hug. "As much as I appreciate the kindness, I feel more comfortable in the passenger's seat." I carefully dismissed her offer and casually jumped out of her bed. As I approached Gwen, who was trying to hide a grin from growing on her face, I asked her with a tone that wouldn't draw too much attention to us, "So, has anything happened while I was away?" "Not too much. I quickly realized you weren't feeling yourself and put the newcomer to sleep just as quickly before he caused a fuss around here," Gwen told me, showing me how far she had come after the brief teachings I gave her of the arcane secrets. "But how about you? You were away for almost an entire day. I had to come up with an excuse for you. Even Kate was starting to suspect something, so I had to keep her busy with something. Looking toward the front of the RV, I saw Grandpa Max teaching Kate the basics of driving a vehicle and told Gwen, "You know, that's another great idea you had this day, Gwen."
Thanks.
As she said that, I didn't fail to notice how my cute cousin blushed a little. Oh, I was almost forgetting the other you said someone's name. I raised one of my eyebrows at that. "Who's Jen?" Gwen asked me with a clear expression of curiosity. "All right." I chuckled a bit at the realization before placing it over her shoulder. "Just let me first speak a little with both Grandpa and Kate. They might still be worried about my sudden illness. After that, I will tell you what I've been up to while I was away. And just let me prepare you. It has been such a wild ride to the point you might not believe me at first." "Ah, now I totally want to hear that story, Ben." She groaned while hurrying me to go speak to the others and come back quickly. "We still have plenty of time before our next stop." "Grudge match?" Messier's POV. "Oh boy, visiting new realities was indeed amazing and all, but I can assure you that nothing beats being back at your own home world with your own family." I know. Not to sound too much like Vin Diesel, but family really makes that much of a difference to me. "Wait just a moment, Ben. I will bring you some hot tea in no time," Lucy nearly shouted after she wrapped a blanket around me and rushed to the front of the RV. "Kate, help me out please with the chicken noodle soup." "Hey, when did you learn how to cook, Mudbrain?" Kate protested back as she was dragged away to help. "Thanks, Lucy. Much appreciated," I replied back while dismissing Gwen's teasing sneer. In all honesty, Lucy's clinginess certainly was the first thing I didn't know I would miss all that much after going less than a day without it. Mind you that Gwen's stark behavior shift towards me and Kate's tomboyishness were also great contenders for the podium. In any case, after Grandpa Max had finished checking my health as the responsible adult that he was just to see if I was better, I had to work my way around to assure him that I was back in full health, before he felt confident that we could resume our journey. Finally, now that I have some alone time to speak with my ginger cousin, I had the pleasure to watch her reaction as I gave her an abridged version of my latest adventure. I was halfway through my story, and for the most part, I was actually glad that she didn't interrupted me a single time, until I realized that I had already lost her right from the basic premise. Wait, hold on. You met who?" Gwen asked me with a shocked expression. "You are joking, right?" "Come on, Gwen. What part of a female version of me you didn't get?" I couldn't help but sigh at that. She kept blinking her cute emerald eyes at me with clear disbelief before asking, "Do you even hear yourself, Ben?" "Hello?" I asked, while raising my left wrist and showing her my Omnitrix. After this fell from the sky, nothing has been normal. Even us. Especially us. I taught you some magic tricks. We met Kate with her awesome powers. Lucy and Grandpa weren't what we always thought of them. And don't let me get started with every weird thing that we've encountered ever since we left Bellwood. Yeah, point taken. Ugh, the idea of a multiverse really makes my head hurt." Gwen groaned while pinching the bridge of her nose before taking a deep breath. "So, you really saw yourself in skirts and with a ponytail? Ha! Any chance you brought some pictures?" "Not quite." I smiled at her amusement. "But why didn't you say anything while both Lucy and Kate were here? I'm sure they would love to hear this story." Gwen asked with a raised eyebrow and arms crossed, but I could sense from her aura that she was glad that I picked her alone to keep some of my secrets. Shrugging my shoulders, I casually remarked, "Mainly out of convenience. Jennifer, my variant, just got her hands on her own Omnitrix and hasn't met Kate's variant yet. Not to mention that I'm sure Lucy would feel bad to learn that we haven't grown up as cousins in that reality. Perhaps in the future, when I find a way of visiting this new dimension without having to swap bodies, I will tell them both all about it." Yeah, Kate definitely wouldn't understand something as complicated as this, and Lucy always gets emotional for the smallest things. Gwen admitted before thinking about the possibilities of my recent stunt. "But does that mean you can now explore dimensions as you please? I mean, if there's one reality different from ours, who's to say there aren't many more out there? I certainly wouldn't mind finding one where I rule the earth." "I bet you wouldn't," I told her with a chuckle. nearly forgetting that Gwen was supposed to be the super nerd out of us too. And you're absolutely right about the possibilities. It's just that for now, this time was a special case that I was actually lucky to find my way back. To my surprise, she grasped my hand tight just as I finished my sentence and told me, "Then I'm really glad to have you back, Ben, and I'm sure everyone else would feel the same if they knew." "Thanks, Cos. It really means a lot. I'm also glad to be back," I replied with a friendly smile that would have been enough to make her blush, had I not startled her with a quick question. "Would you like to greet the other me?" "Other you?" But you said. Gwen furrowed her eyebrows in confusion, until the light of my watch's dial blinked and we heard a different kind of beep. "I said it was a special case and that I couldn't freely travel across dimensions. At least not yet." Raising my wrist, I mentally made my first interdimensional call as a holographic screen spanned from my Omnitrix. Seeing it working out just as I had designed it left me unable to help myself from mentally gloating. Humph. Was there any doubt that I wasn't going to wait until Alien Force to get this feature on my Omnitrix? Holographic display for the win, baby. "Hello, Ben?" a familiar voice asked a few seconds later as Jennifer's face came into focus. "Hey, hi, I'm so glad to see you again. Took your time to call me, didn't you? If it wasn't for my cousin Glenn being back to his usual self like you said he would, I would have been totally worried that you didn't make it back to your home." "Hey, Jen," I greeted her back, genuinely glad to see her again. "Sorry to keep you waiting, but you know me, I would have really hated to interrupt your showdown against your own nemesis." True, she was a tough opponent." Jen admitted with a chuckle, but she was no match for me with an extra pair of arms. Even Grandma lended a hand in the end with her super-duper secret agent gadgets. "Grandma, don't tell me," Gwen asked while making herself known. "Yup, our grandpa and good old Vilgax have their own twin sisters on Jen's dimension, as do you with her cousin Glenn." I gave Gwen a smirk before clearing my throat. "Well, allow me to introduce you two. Gwen, this is my friend Jennifer, also known as my other self. Jennifer, this is our cousin Gwen." "Wow, so there really is a female version of my cousin," Jennifer exclaimed as I shifted my watch's dial and her hologram turned to face Gwen. "Took the words right out of my mouth, cuz," Gwen said while smiling back. "A pleasure to meet you." "Yeah, right." Jen casually dismissed her before speaking back to me. "Ben, didn't you say it would be best to keep this a secret between the two of us?" Almost laughing at Gwen's scowling face, I explained my reasons to Jen. "Well, I've been lecturing our cousin here with magic, thanks to that she helped me keep things here under control while I was away. Not to mention there's no one better than her to help me study the multiverse." "If you say so," Jen shrugged, not knowing that Gwen was sticking her tongue out at her from behind. "Wait, does this mean I can contact you again any time in the future?" "That would be so cool." "Well, any time." "No. For emergencies?" "Sure," I explained it to her, "and I will also try not to call you when you are busy." "Okay, that's also fine." She seemed a bit disappointed. Looking through the window, I noticed we were getting close to our next stop and began saying my goodbye. "Jen, it was good to hear your voice again, but I got to go." "Oh, really?" "You did," Jen managed to mutter in excitement before I ended our call, leaving me facing a very annoyed Gwen. "Don't know why, but she reminds me more of Lucy than you," she said with a raised eyebrow. "Are you sure you two have the same age?" "She's a good kid," I smiled at her before moving on with our day. "Come on, let's take a look at those windmills." Meanwhile, a spaceship large enough to match the scale of the fictional Star Destroyer just came out of hyperspace and began orbiting over the Earth's atmosphere, hidden from almost all human radars thanks to its cutting-edge camouflage field. All of its highly advanced surveillance systems were suddenly commanded to thoroughly scan the blue-looking planet's surface. Its attention was all set on tracking down the prize it came out of its usual route to collect. Later on, down back at the Rust Bucket as it was parked over next to the road by an isolated wind power farm, Max was by leading the kids through another one of his basic plumber drills. This time, the retired agent had set the girls on a 3v1 against Ben, who seemed to have no trouble matching their teamwork's effort, despite still getting used to his new transformation. Come on, girls, you won't beat Ben in a straight fight. Remember to think. Don't just try to muscle it. Max attempted to warn them just as a loud impact was heard. You need to combine your own powers and cover your own openings. Right then, Kate was blasted into one of the windmills while resembling Ben's crystal rock alien, and leaving a huge carved path in the grass moments before Lucy soon joined her side. This time, however, the mud girl easily bounced back to her feet and offered Kate some aid to stand up back again. Both girls then looked up and glared as Ben, who had actually been transformed into his chimera sui generis, Vilgax's species, form for the purpose of assuming the role of a villain, suddenly tossed Gwen towards Kate and Lucy, while he still grasped her personal spellbook on his other hand. "Oh, no, you don't," Lucy shouted, as she shot her hands out and elongated them alongside her fingers before quickly wrapping them around Gwen's waist before she pulled her, while still in midair, to safety. "Is that all the guardians of this insignificant planet got?" Ben spat dramatically as his three opponents kept glaring back at his towering height. He now displayed the same menacingly muscular complexion as his nemesis once did, while still maintaining the cybernetic augmentations the fallen warlord had used after almost dying when trying to get his hand in the Omnitrix. "Geez, you're really getting into this whole villainous act, aren't you, Ben?" Gwen groaned while still recovering from their previous clash. "He's taking this exercise seriously, so should you all?" Max spoke from a certain distance as Lucy finally set Gwen down on the ground, and Kate began fiddling with her special belt. "I will rule the universe, and the only thing standing between me and my destiny is you." Ben kept his cold, unsettling stare while casually releasing Gwen's spellbook, as it magically rushed back to her possession. "So try at least to make this defiance less pathetic." "This is all you want, Tennyson," Kate said defiantly as she released her Petrosapiens diamond head powers before assuming a favorite fusion of hers between a classic duo of Ben's aliens, becoming this time instead her Red Flash Forearms Paw XRL-8 transformation. "At the end of the day, I'm still better than you. I have all your powers, plus my own. I'm Kate 11. "Really? That's the best you came up with?" Gwen questioned her with a cringing expression, but as she noticed Kate readying her posture to a misjudged dash, she immediately tried to warn her headstrong friend. "Wait, don't rush." However, it was too late for her advice to be heard. Just then, Kate had closed the distance between her and Ben in a blink of an eye before dispensing a barrage of punches that actually succeeded to push him back to the point it even stunned him a little. At least until he stuck his hand out and caught all of her 6 limbs once he shifted his own arm into several tentacles. "Hey, Charles, I should be much faster than you can handle," Kate said with a shell-shocked expression while failing to break free of his grip. "Underestimating me is a grave mistake. The last you'll ever make," Ben declared coldly to the still struggling Kate as he exuded a bit of green energy from his paws and expanded the muscles on his other limb, before quite literally burying her deep into the ground with a single punch, with the tremors of that impact being felt throughout the grass field that even the farthest windmills began shaken by it. However, due to the fact that Kate had completely mimicked the natural endurance of the Tetramand, 4 arms, and quick recovery from the Kinoceleran XRL-8 species, Kate managed to survive the devastating strike despite being unable to quickly resume their fight. "Ooh, I'm gonna feel that tomorrow," Kate groaned from the crater she had been blasted into as the dust finally cleared. For you, Ben couldn't help himself from letting that opportunity pass, and as he displayed Alpha's nanotech support throughout his Omni-Armor feature, which materialized a highly advanced laser sword, he declared, "There is no tomorrow." As expected, the other 2 girls eventually reached them and stepped in just in time to help Kate, with Lucy shooting out a blast of sludge goop from her hands and splashing against Ben's face as he halted his dramatic final blow. Capitalizing on that opening, Gwen quickly flipped through her book's pages and cast a spell which transmuted the rocky ground underneath Ben into a sticky liquid substance similar to tar. "Excellent thinking, girls," Max complimented them as the 2 aided Kate out of the ground that had loosened up. Even Ben had to admit being impressed by their teamwork. However, he still had a role to play in that exercise. "No one escapes me that easily." Ben declared while enhancing himself with his mana, visibly outmuscling his way out of that magical trap and clearing Lucy's sludge from his face with his bezel charm of telekinesis. Kate then activated her belt again and added another sample of DNA into her fused transformation. This time, she got a Lepidopteran's stinkfly set of wings and flew both Gwen and Lucy away from Ben's rising figure. Finally thinking it through, huh? About time. Gwen complimented her, recalling how adamant Kate had been up to that point about facing Ben head-on. "And what about that silly name you announced before?" "What about it?" Kate rebutted while focusing all of her 4 protruding eyes on Gwen. "I was going with the dialing up to an 11 stuff, with my name and all, you know." "Well, I suppose it is way better than going with something even sillier like vampire or absorbing girl," Gwen granted as the wind kept rushing past them. "Yeah, I'm still stuck between Lady Clay and Mudgirl. Hey, I got an idea. What do you say about Kopika?" Lucy tried to help out but was immediately interrupted. "Wait, where did Ben go?" Gwen asked them as she had just lost Ben from her sight. As the 3 girls worked together to track Ben's location down on the grass field, he caught them all by surprise once he crash-landed over them from above, mainly tackling and tossing Kate into a windmill, sending it crashing to the ground over her. Fortunately, Gwen managed to summon her hoverboard right in time, allowing Lucy to stand upside down underneath it just by morphing her feet into sticking to its surface. As Kate eventually recovered from the forced landing, she immediately grasped the blades of the fallen windmill and threw them at Ben, who easily sliced through each one of them with his Omni-Armor sword, but was once again targeted by Gwen sneaking behind while casting a spell which prompted roots on the ground to wrap themselves all around his body in an attempt to bind him. Unfortunately for the girls, Ben just burst out of the roots with a look of contempt at his cousin as both Kate and Lucy walked over, ready for more action. The 3 girls instantly charged towards him from multiple angles, right before a red beam of light shined down on the 4 of them, and they all instantly vanished from sight. Moments later, a very confused Max arrived at the location they were just in while driving the rust bucket, only to find that the kids were nowhere in sight. "Ben? Gwen? Kate? Lucy?" Max asked out loud, nearly panicking as he found none of them. Kate's POV. "I sensed the red light was still shining upwards just as I threw out my punch, only to find that I missed my target by a lot, given how I was suddenly in a black void, which startled me for a moment until a spotlight finally shined down on me." What happened? Where am I?" I asked, no one in particular, until I heard a voice echoing from every direction, presenting our newest challengers from planet Earth. The voice said, as if there was a crowd listening to its announcement. "Everyone pay attention to our newest celebrity guests." Suddenly, all the other lights immediately turned on in the area, revealing that I was in a massive technologically advanced arena that was surrounded from all sides with a crowd of holographic aliens cheering on from the rafters. "Challengers?" I asked, while raising a metaphorical eyebrow. Suddenly, a metallic rolling ball rolled up to me and revealed itself to be a robotic gladiator with blades for hands. "You look upset." I mocked the robot without showing fear before preparing myself for combat. "How about I leave you looking like a pile of scraps?" The robot unsheathed its blades and swiped at me, but I easily avoided them before catching their blunt sides in each of my upper set of hands. Surprisingly, the robot revealed 2 more blades from its shoulders, and it brought them down on me, only for me to easily disengage from it by doing a quick backflip with my super speed. All right, I admit that the cheers from the holographic crowd were pushing me into playing a little more with this guy than I was supposed to. I'm sure Ben would disapprove of me messing around, I thought with a little concern, until I heard the crowd cheer once again after I ripped one of its robotic arms just with my brute force, leaving a grin covering my face from ear to ear as a result. But man, this just feels so awesome. I switched tactics once the crowd seemed tired of my teasing and added another transformation into the already convoluted fusion I had turned into. This time I forfeited my insect-like wings and eyes in exchange to turning my 4 arms into living crystal, releasing a flurry of shards from my hands that easily pierced through the robot's poor attempt to deflect them off with its last arm. Running up to it at a high velocity, I conjured into one of my hands a sick-ass blade and cut off the robot's last remaining arm. "Okay, it's about time to play the can opener," I said while conjuring more swords for all of my other arms and sliced the robot's legs off, instantly causing it to fall over, unable to continue, before putting it out of its misery by impaling it against the ground. Suddenly, as I witnessed the arena shifting around me, more Gladiator robots were deployed as water began pouring inside it, probably aimed to nerf my super speed a little. "You want a piece of me?" I asked defiantly, while exchanging blows with the closest robotic foe, which appeared to be adapted to aquatic environments. "I eat wimps like you for breakfast." Granted, I was being more overconfident than usual, having just then switched Ben's crystal statue, Diamond Head transformation, out of my fusion in order to pick his monstrous merman dude one, Ripjaws. Rushing onto the next robot that attempted to take me on, I forcefully kept its arms apart before I opened my maw and ripped its head off with my powerful jaw. The robot momentarily sunk downwards into the arena's floor before carrying on with its momentum as I spit its head out. "You want some more?" I asked with a wicked smile filled with rows of sharp teeth. The robot tried to swipe at me, but I avoided it with my adaptable fishtail boosted by super speed and enhanced muscles, only to casually rip its arm off before charging at it again and severing it in two with another predatorial bite. I then threw the ripped-out arm into the still-moving lower segment before I stomped over the still-crawling upper segment, destroying the robot entirely in a moderate bubbling explosion as the water level had finally reached my waist. The crowd cheered at me as I smiled and celebrated my victory, loving every minute of the attention as the arena shifted once again and the water started to get drained away. As the image shifted outwards of Kate's arena, it revealed that both Ben and the other girls were in similar arenas of their own. Lucy, in particular, had engaged against her own share of battle droids as she avoided several freezing and scorching rays. Sludge and extreme temperatures, never a good combination. She joked as she conjured a wave of mud from her feet that the robot freezed in place before blasting it with fire. Lucy then ducked her head to avoid her foe's shots as she glared and placed her hands on the robot front shell's gap, flooding its metallic insides with enough pressure to explode it into several pieces. The crowd cheered for her too as she stood there, ready for more but still visibly lost to where she was and to how she got there. Meanwhile, in Gwen's arena, the one who seemed to have already been used to covering her face with a mask whenever engaging in serious battle, she was blasting powerful gusts of wind at her own robot foe, finally glaring upwards as she noticed the sun shining in through the massive windows of the ship, and smiled, realizing the opportunity to siphon its primal energy source as she picked a bud from her pocket, which opened into its flower form, and through magical incantations it unleashed a solar beam from it, instantly reducing a couple of her opponent droids into smoldering husks, while in return visibly exhausting the spellcaster girl. Unbeknownst to the group of Earthlings, their battles were being broadcasted for the entertainment of a powerful underworld organization. The crowd kept erupting into cheers at each of their victories, with Kate in particular smiling and bowing to them all, while Ben's dark silhouette was left standing over a burning pile of broken robots. He then suddenly sensed his cousin's distress before unceremoniously leaping over the wall's level, casually crashing past several energy barriers placed there in order to prevent any gladiator from achieving what he just did, only to land on the arena next to his and witness Gwen's plight. As his cousin still required some time to recover herself, she desperately dodged away from the blades of the last robot through the use of some basic-level illusions, convinced she was doomed once the last of her mirages was sliced in half. Her opponent suddenly had a fist burst through its chest. She then looked to see Ben there, while still in his chimera sui generis, Vilgax transformation before lifting the robot over its head and using his other hand to rip it apart completely. "If anyone touches a hair on my family's head, theirs comes off," he shouted with a voice eerily reminiscent of the fallen intergalactic conqueror. The crowd remained silent for a moment at his threat before eventually cheering at the two. Ben merely turned to his cousin. "Thanks for the save, but why didn't you help me before?" She groaned, a bit annoyed at the stressful situation. "Had my own battle to deal with back there," he said before picking her up with one hand and placing her over his shoulder. Let's help Lucy and Kate before figuring a way out of here. 6 Vigma's POV. Inside the watchtower in the center of the ship, a robotic-looking being with 6 eyes observed the group of heroes on his monitors. Sadistic, inventive, and clearly crowd-pleasers. True Gladiator material. These extras are indeed spirited. I'll make a handsome profit off of them, the mysterious figure said, watching Kate and the other girls' every move with cold amusement before focusing his entire attention towards the reason why it came out of its way to visit this unimportant planet in this forgettable sector. The wielder seems to live up to all the myths surrounding the Omnitrix, wearing the face of his last big opponent no less. Becca's POV. Once I had finally gathered all the girls, the walls of the other arenas suddenly crumbled, revealing that the other competitors gathered here hadn't fared all that well in their own battles against these gladiator robots. Hey, Tennyson, Kate asked me while still a bit annoyed. I had activated the timeout function of her belt in order to bring her out of her WrestleMania mindset. I was wiping the floor with these losers. If you had just let... Ben, where are we? And how did we get here? Lucy casually ignored Kate's outburst and asked me as if I always knew everything, which I did, but that doesn't really matter. Pointing upwards, I led them to look out the window of the ship and noticed the stars in a dark void as they passed by the moon and saw the Earth in the distance. From the view those windows are giving, I believe we are in space on board what appears to be a gladiator arena. I told them while taking care of Gwen, who despite her innate mana reserves being several times larger than mine, she still wasted a lot of it all at once. As for the how, I believe it's safe to assume we were teleported by that red beam back on Earth. But I believe the important question is, why were we brought here? Why? Lucy repeated my words in concern as I turned back to human form in my Omni suit. Isn't it obvious, guys? Kate finally calmed down enough to join in our discussion and told us with a serious expression, someone wants to see us fighting. As the girls and I were about to investigate it further, the same red beam of light from before shined down again on our group and teleported us away, only for us to show up in a different section on the massive ship with considerably more advanced security guards. Okay, I definitely do not like that. Lucy groaned while appearing to be a bit nauseous at the unrequested teleportation. We then noticed 4 samurai drones using their staffs to knock us on our feet, and they placed a badge-like device on each of our chests. Even Lucy, with her liquid nature, wasn't able to easily slip it off of herself. Hey, hands off! Both Kate and Lucy shouted as they ran in to attack them. One of the robots retaliated by pressing a button on its gauntlet and projected a mental shackle in each of our joints, causing the 2 girls jumping into action to freeze in place and grind their teeth in annoyance from the mind-controlling technology as the robots left the room. Calm down, everyone, I ordered the girls, admittedly being somewhat concerned by how different things were from canon even before my meddling. Finally, I turned ahead and asked the one I knew was in control of everything. Who are you, and what do you want from us? Oh, so there really exists a civilized Earthling after all. Well, I am Slick's Vigma. The figure responsible for bringing us here revealed itself, and this is my mega cruiser. Everything on this ship belongs to me, including you 4. I don't belong to nobody, Slick, you sark. You, Kate rebutted, until her ability to speak was taken from her. I speak, you listen. Be sure to understand that these eyes see everything on this ship, and these hands control everything and everyone on it. Slick's Vigma raised one finger as if signaling for Kate to be quiet before scratching his head. Where was I again? All right. The reason I brought you all here, well, is to have you as part of my, what appears to be a gladiator arena. I must admit that I appreciate your insightful determination. True main lead material, just what I was hoping for. The ruler of this ship said with a mirthful tone, I wasn't expecting, probably due to some device messing up the translation of our conversation, but the alien before me clearly seemed to be aware of the Omnitrix that was in my possession, and it just happens that you and your associates are the stars of my whole show now. What? What is that thing? Gwen asked, having finally regained her breath. Is my communicator broken? Hello, Slicks Vigma here, your primetime tyrannical intergalactic alien entertainment producer who thrives from the spectacle I orchestrate myself. The robotic creature gleefully replied, resembling just in appearance the Slicks Vigma I recalled watching from the classic series. My greatest hit, putting all sorts of alien beings I've extracted from everywhere on all known galaxies through overly complicated death traps and epic showdowns to entertain my clientele composed of the most wealthiest and influential mob bosses that influence several sectors of the intergalactic society. Let's just say that this indentured audience of mine really enjoys betting on iconic celebrities I've personally crafted through life and death. As we all had a better understanding of what was really happening to us, I couldn't help but to overthink about how much different things were going from canon. Especially with this wannabe mojo from the X-Men still calling himself as Slicks Vigma. Actually, just between you and me, it's been a horrible decline of quality since my golden era. The red dots have been trying their best to pull the plug on all of my operations. That's why I needed to possess you. Slicks Vigma approached us while stretching his right arm in order to point at me. The latest and hottest topic in all of the extranet will definitely help me put those heights of engagement in the past. Everyone is thirsty for the next big thing. That's why I took the effort to drag all of my business into this insignificant system, only so that I could personally assure you'd be brought aboard my mega cruiser, a place even the likes of you would have no hopes of ever escaping. As the alien kidnapper was about to be as bold as to touch me with its finger, probably picturing it as a proper way to show its dominance over me, I'm sure it came as a shock to its mechanical brain once I grabbed it by the wrist and held it in place, thanks to my mana enhancing my physical body.
What?
But how? The psi compliance chip should prevent you from moving at all. Slicks Vigma protested while struggling to break free from my slowly tightening grasp. Oh, now you are so screwed, Kate grinned proudly, as I picked up the mind-controlling chip and assimilated it, thanks to the technological pattern spawning from my Omnitrix, unlocking her ability to talk again. Shouldn't have underestimated us. You mean Ben, right? Lucy pointed out with a cute yet provoking smile. You used your mana, Gwen asked me, trying herself to break free like I did from the mind-controlling alien tech. Didn't need to. But you are welcome to try it. I casually told her, thinking that despite having been aided by Alpha, who quickly hacked the alien device as soon as it was pressed against my Omnisuit's chest, Gwen's control over mana should be more than enough to regain control of her own body. Grrr, you little human meatbag, I've never been this humiliated before. To my surprise, before I could have Alpha hacked Slicks Vigma completely to shut him off, the cunning robot detached its own arm that was stuck in my grasp and immediately summoned the red beam from before, which teleported us 4 away. This time, however, the arena we were all brought to was a huge white room that immediately reminded me of the combat experimental room from One Punch Man's House of the Evolution Organization. I almost got it, Gwen announced, having finally freed the upper segment of her body. A little help here, Tennyson? Kate asked, still stuck in place on the same pose she assumed before trying to attack the security guards. Please, Ben, Lucy added, her face a bit embarrassed at the awkward position she had been frozen into. Sure thing, hold still. I joked before casually removing each one of their chips as if picking a small bug. By then, Gwen had also overpowered her chip completely through the use of her mana. Now what? Gwen asked, a bit annoyed by the bright white surrounding us from every direction. Is this supposed to be a prison for? However, just as she was about to finish her sentence, the 4 of us witnessed as our environment shifted to resemble some abandoned alien city that appeared to have just gone through a messy war, with strange overgrown plants spawning every now and then despite all the remaining wreckage. Wow, it not only looks realistic, I remarked while touching the grass beneath my feet. Must be the work of some nanotechnology to produce actual solid structures. Must also help with all sorts of sick content that is produced and broadcasted here. Yeah, don't want to even think about it. For now, I'm more impressed by the fact that you are impressed, Gwen pointed out. You are usually so collected about everything, even with the strangest things that we had come across up until now. I've got my moments. I smiled at them with a shrug before thinking to myself. This certainly is not what I was expecting for my first time in space. Not that I expected things were ever going to be the same after I met Kate.
Hee. I wouldn't lower my guard if I were you four.
Slick's Vigma suddenly materialized as a hologram before us four with clear malicious intent. For not only are you leave for my wealthiest of wealthiest audience, but also because you are all participants in my never-ending reality series of Last Gladiator Standing. As this was going on, the camera revealed that the highly advanced arena was being projected on the screens throughout the galaxy by some cameras in the area as the audience could see everything going on, causing them to go insane with anticipation. I told you, these eyes see everything, and so will everybody else. Let's call this the opening act. Our captor announced. We suddenly heard a rumbling as the alien I could only assume was Technog fell from the sky just a few meters ahead of us. He had orange skin along with a large jaw that boasted its teeth merged with the lips, wore armor that released steam from the joints, and his left hand was replaced with a large mace. My reigning champion, the immortal Technog. The image of Slick's Vigma explained, "You four would be wise to start running now." Immortal? I raised my eyebrow at that title while dismissing Slick's taunts. Since when? There can only be one champion. Me! Technog shouted while letting loose some steam from his armor and began rushing towards us, as if he had no fear for his own safety. "Hey, tough guy," I shouted while standing before the girls who had assumed their own fighting stances. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size and stay away from my family?" I mentally dialed my Omnitrix and transformed into my Tetramand forearms transformation, giving him an uppercut to the head as Gwen simultaneously had her hands glowing with energy and raised a magical barrier in order to shield them from the shockwave of my attack. However, to my actual surprise, this version of Technog was so absurdly powerful that he simply shrugged off my punch and kept his momentum aiming to tackle me against Gwen's barrier. If not for my previous experience with facing Jennifer and her stronger Tetramand forearms transformation, I barely reacted in time to sidestep him and drag this orange hulk away from the girls. While my group had clear looks of shock on their faces, I could already see that Technog was already recovering from being thrown against a nearby building, leaving behind a deep indenture into it. Not bad, right? I heard Slick's Vigma once taunting me from over my shoulder. This overgrown Detrovite certainly is a cut above its original species. Its holographic image teleported next to the recovering champion. "Come on, big guy, your audience is turning against you. Can't you hear their bursts?" That seemed to enrage the orange giant. Boot? No one boos Technog. Technog is the absolute champion. Tennyson, let's turn into our speedy lizard transformation and keep our distance from that thing. Kate shouted as she began fidgeting with her belt, finally understanding the concept of battle strategy. "Not this time, Kate." I spoke with my deep and booming voice while staring at the rising figure of Technog. "I took it easy on Jennifer by just enhancing myself with mana, but since you carry the moniker of Immortal, I really want to put you to the test." As those thoughts went past my mind, I mentally commanded my Omnitrix to go ultimate, as the badge on my shoulders gained 4 grey spikes and a green wave of energy washed out from it, leaving me as a much bulkier version of my Tetramand forearms transformation. "Ben?" Gwen exclaimed, a bit shocked due to having never seen my bluish and only two-handed ultimate transformation. "Who is this?" "Same guy, I just evolved into a more badass version," I told her, with my voice so deep that it shook the ground underneath us. "It's a new feature I've unlocked. Check this out." Just as I finished talking, we all noticed how adamant Technog was about annihilating us as the orange giant bulldozed his way towards us like an unstoppable force. However, just by flexing my right arm and reading it for a punch, the result of our inevitable clash was clear to me. A disturbing mixture of sickening bloodbath and devastating air blast, with Technog's guts and pieces being shot at least hundreds of meters back, was the result of me throwing just a casual punch of mine at the Gladiator champion. Reborn and Lucy expressing their disgust at the pieces of our opponent that managed to reign over them, thanks to the fact that the shockwave of my previous punch was enough to shatter Gwen's barrier. "Dude, that was one mean punch." Kate cheered with excitement, This new function absolutely rocks. Thanks, Kate, and sorry, girls. Clearly I've overestimated my opponent's durability. I told them while inspecting my own terrifying strength. Not so immortal after all, huh? What an incredible turn of events. Respected audience, allow me to present to you your new champion. The announcer from before said over the loudspeaker, and the crowd went wild over the flawless victory, their cheers and praises echoing from everywhere. What is this form, human? I heard Slicker's Vigma's voice, showing more curiosity than anger towards the one that defeated its champion, but seeing I wasn't willing to comply with his demands, the ruler of the megacruiser spat. Doesn't matter in the end, the ratings of my audience have finally gone through the roof. Just in a few minutes you've completely shattered Technog's record. Prepare for galactic hyperjump. I need to recruit some new blood worthy of my new champion. The ones remaining will have to do it for now. What? The girls all gasped and turned to me. What are we going to do? Despite their worries, I was more focused on how the nanotechnological environment began collecting what remained of the previous champion. Right then, I knew something else was going on. Not so fast. I spoke with my thundering voice and mentally ordered the Omnitrix to switch my current ultimate form for another, quickly morphing back to my base Tetramand form and then switching for my galvanic mechamorph upgrade. As the green wave of energy washed over and evolved all of my nanites, I stood there as a literal god of technology. At my command, the entire environment simulation halted. Not only I could control every single circuit of this massive white room, but I've also extended my consciousness throughout the entire megacruiser. Okay, I must also admit that this new version of your alien is also dope, Kate told me, clearly wondering when I was going to let her play a bit with my new toys. Thanks, I replied with my robotic voice, while spawning a holographic window to display the control I had over everything on this massive ship. I've already turned our transmission off and cancelled the galactic hyperjump. We won't be going anywhere. Whew, that's quite the good news, Lucy expressed her relief. I'm sure Grandpa Max is already worried about our disappearance. What happened to that sly guy that kidnapped us? Gwen asked, still worried that things might still go south for us. Oh, right. I faked having forgotten about it and dramatically snapped my fingers, prompting for the same red beam that brought us here to flesh before us, and teleported Slick's Vigma himself, frozen in place under my control. In the flesh, or should I say, in the metal. Big mistake telling us that you were the control console of the ship. If this isn't part of the show, Slick said as his cybernetic body started giving out sparks until he eventually shut off. I've got to. Stop. Oh, I'm so gonna blow this guy to pieces, Kate declared while activating her belt and twisting its central piece once she selected the silhouette of her blazing inferno heat blast transformation. She unknowingly made a breakthrough with her osmosian powers. This time she remained looking like a human, but flames rose out of her skin. Wow, I'm still me. I didn't know I could do this. It seems your osmosian nature has finally evolved to the point where you have a much more sophisticated output of each species' abilities. I told her with my robotic voice while feigning ignorance, already aware of how the evolved DNA of a prime osmosian species was merging into Kate. I imagine you can now juggle a larger number of my transformations at a single time. Given how quickly Kate began displaying her fire powers while smoke dashing around us, with pieces of molten rock appearing and disappearing on her skin depending on the output of power, it was clear she got most of the picture of what I told her. Oh man, I really need to destroy something. This Vigma loser couldn't have come at a better time. Kate, wait, Gwen spoke out, looking at me in belief that it wasn't what we should do. We could still do what, Gwen? I interrupted her with my cold and robotic voice. Take him to the police, and even if there's a space patrol that will take him into custody? Tetrax took those bounty hunters with him that time in the desert, but what if those guys escape only to seek revenge on us? You might have a point, but, Gwen remarked before trying to come up with another justification, only for me to break her concentration by mentally dragging the still frozen and floating body of Slick's Vigma closer to us. Is this guy any different than those Vilgax kept sending after us, or the living creature that was kidnapping old people back in Aunt Vera's home? I added, not trying to be aggressive, just thinking that it was about time I got the girls on board with some of my beliefs. Did you forget the Gladiator robots you've burned to crisps yourself? Gwen turned to Lucy, who she thought would back her on this conversation, but the Linapan girl gave her a serious look instead. Gwen, I understand why you are not okay with just finishing this guy. I totally get it, and I believe Ben does as well. Lucy reasoned, you heard what it said to us, how it bragged about abducting people from any planet it believes it can get away with, forcing those same innocents to fight to the death against one another. Gwen stuttered with her words, her reluctance being beyond the prospect of logic, but even on the emotional level, she was having a hard time finding any reason why they should let the sentient robot live. Perhaps we should include into our discussion someone who had suffered much longer under Slick's Vigma's control, I suggested, having just read through thousands of files from the Megacruiser's database in less than a second, and come to an understanding of why they called Technog immortal. Hand-waving across the bloody remains of the previous Gladiator champion, I ordered the billions of nanites next to it to gather it all into one place. Apparently, Technog was a special kind of cyborg experiment, one that could be reassembled back to life, though with the interesting side effect of becoming stronger than it was before death. Technog appeared to possess what seemed to me to be a variant of DC Doomsday's power, or perhaps more similar to Alan the Alien from Invincible, who had a similar color palette. Ben, you've already learned necromancy. Gwen questioned in utter amazement while staring at the same image of the orange giant that I had defeated just minutes ago. Wrong again, cuz. It's not a spell, you see. Technog here was made to be brought back after each death. I gave her an abridged version of what I've learned, noticing how this time the orange Goliath had both hands, thanks to how much I've upgraded this entire process. I proudly greeted him. Welcome back to the world of the living, brave warrior. Technog feels calm, the voice telling me to fight. I can't hear it anymore, were the first words we got from Technog once I turned off the Psi compliance chip, merged with his cells. The poor guy was enslaved since conception, and from the records, this wasn't anywhere near the first gruesome demise he had met. Hey, Orange Head, Kate called for him while grasping Slick's Vigma's neck. This bastard here kept you as his personal lapdog, forcing you to fight and die, only to rise again and keep fighting until you no longer can. What do you say about putting a stop to its crimes? We all thought it would take some time to make Technog understand it, but the orange giant answered with a resolute, yes. That immediately earned a grin from Kate, turning towards me as if waiting for my final word. However, my attention was right then captured by the alien Gladiator, who immediately bowed down before me. You bested the best, then freed me from this life. I have nowhere to go. My life belongs to you. As the freed Datrovite remained with his head bowed and I had the girls looking at me with expecting expressions, I couldn't help myself from feeling satisfied with how things ended up for me today. As much as I might have enjoyed having such a powerful specimen serving as my bodyguard, there was no one that was a match for him that would be a problem for me. Not only that, but with how efficiently I've been mastering my Omnitrix at the same time I've been successfully developing new features, such as the ultimate transformations, my time was better invested on strengthening my female followers. Please, you don't have to bow down, neither should you call me master. You can just call me Omniboy instead. I told him with my best benevolent attitude, helping him to his feet before adding, I can't possibly accept that you will throw away your freedom moments after you get it. I just did what I judged to be the right thing to do. You must forgive me for not holding back with that last punch. No, I have nothing to forgive you from. He turned to look at the girls who were still watching us. You were just protecting those that are precious to you. As I mentally thanked him for playing so well his part in this brief exchange, I subtly scanned his Detrovite DNA in order to make good use of his self-evolution mutation, almost losing my mind at the possibility of combining it with my ultimate transformations. In any case, Kate, I will leave it to you. Technog, stay here with her. I will teleport you two once I need your help. I finally declared, prompting a smile of satisfaction on the flaming skull of my half-Osmosian friend before turning to my ginger cousin. Gwen, if you want to show mercy on someone, come with me and Lucy to help us take all the current inhabitants of this ship to the escape pods. The least I can do is return them to their homes. Thankfully, this time she seemed to have finally been swayed about my decision, nodding with a more positive attitude. Gwen approached me and Lucy before I teleported us away. Gwen's POV. As the three of us were teleported to the section where most of the prisoners were supposed to be held, we immediately looked around and saw several alien prisoners of different kinds and shapes, looking absolutely miserable in whichever position they were in. They each had the same mind control device on their chests Slick's Vigma had attempted to use on me and my family. "Greetings, everyone," Ben suddenly spoke to everyone through his robotic voice, which probably explained why the prisoners that had been enslaved by Slick's Vigma were immediately frightened by him. But as expected, he quickly understood that, "Fear not, for I'm not the tyrant robot responsible for kidnapping you all from your native worlds and forcing you all to fight for your lives just to entertain some sadistic audience." As I saw how Ben's words dawned on the alien prisoners, I witnessed how their misery was quickly replaced by a spark of hope once each of their mind devices short-circuited and a massive door opened. "This way, everyone, I will lead you to the emergency escape pods." Lucy took the initiative, quickly morphing each time she greeted a different species of alien, appealing to their sense of familiarity. "We still have plenty more to rescue, so please hurry." As the last prisoner of that chamber we first arrived finally left the containment cell, and I was left alone with Ben, I couldn't hold it inside me anymore. "Ben, sorry, earlier I was just—" "Gwen?" Ben interrupted me, though this time I could actually feel some comfort in his robotic voice as he patted me on the head. "Reluctance to take a life is not a weakness, neither does I see it as a disrespect towards me." I raised my head and looked him in the eye, the singular glowing one he had in this form. "I don't expect you to agree with every decision I make, just as you shouldn't expect me to do the same for you. But I need you to understand that as the wielder of the Omnitrix, I can't just claim to be the protector of Earth and do nothing when that claim gets challenged." I don't know what got into me, but I suddenly hugged him and felt my face pressed against his cold and metallic skin. Thankfully, he hugged me back, otherwise I wouldn't know how to face him ever again after this awkward moment. Lucy's POV. It has been a while since I last forced myself to divide into so many copies of me, with each having to shapeshift independently to better interact with the freed aliens, but I was surprised to find it much easier to handle. "Okay, everybody. Take the escape pods back to your home planets." I ordered throughout my clones as the gladiators all complied and ran to the escape pods before they all shot out of the megacruiser. Having already done and repeated it a couple more times inside this massive spaceship, I was finally glad to hear from Ben that this was finally the last one. It's actually shocking how many we've managed to free in such a short amount of time. Now that's what I call being a wonderful superhero. "Agreed, thanks for the help, Lucy." Ben told me as he patted me on the head. "Your mastery over your abilities has really made it far easier for us to finish this quickly." "Yeah, don't worry. I'm just glad to be able to help," I said while trying to hide my momentary embarrassment. Now finally noticing how quieter Gwen had become since we began freeing the prisoners, I immediately recalled their recent conversations I managed to eavesdrop on. "Don't get me wrong. I'm really glad Ben and Gwen are getting along, and I'm happy we've become a family for Kate, but it's a bit weird no longer being the only one close to him. I totally get that Ben tries his best to share his time with all of us. We still play, talk, and train together most of the time. It's just that I miss the time when I had him just for me." "You are frowning. Is anything wrong?" Ben asked me, having read me like a book just as he always does. No, it's nothing." I stuttered a little, giving him an awkward smile while trying to think about something. I was just thinking that we shouldn't keep Grandpa waiting much longer. He must be really worried about us." "You are right. I will just teleport both Kate and Technorg here and—" Fortunately, Ben bought my excuse, but just as he was about to finish his sentence, he suddenly lost focus and turned back to his human form. "No way." "What? Is everything okay, Ben?" Gwen finally spoke up, going on full alert in case we had to deal with some unexpected foe. "Something happened to Kate." She and Technorg are fine. It's just that I received a warning that we have visitors. Ben casually dismissed her worries before teleporting us away to somewhere else without warning. As our surroundings shifted and I took some quick glances around, I noticed we were brought to what appeared to be some sci-fi-looking hangar with a force field shielding the outer space. Wow, check out those machines. I suddenly heard Kate's voice as she rushed past me and went to inspect the nearest spacecraft the size of Grandpa's RV. Omniboy, the girl has completed the task you gave her. Technorg soon approached us three and bowed down before Ben, who casually dismissed it without taking his attention away from the hangar's window. What shall we do next? I was planning to send you somewhere you can be free of this floating prison. But right now, you must forgive me, because since I've now claimed this mega-cruiser as mine, I need to welcome my first guests. Ben told us just as a spaceship emerged from the cold vacuum of space. Who are they? I couldn't help myself from asking Ben, but before he could share any information he had on the spaceship facing us from outside the hangar's gate barrier, three alien figures materialized before us in a beam of blue light. The first was very muscular in build, had dark blue skin and a bald head with a lantern jaw. His eyes appeared to be covered with what appeared to be a black domino mask that reveals pure light blue eyes and has four-fingered hands. His uniform is a simple black and white one-piece jumpsuit with a red dot on the chest, and a white cape with red buckles. The second was a female version of Ben's four-armed alien form. She was buff and bulky, had red skin with spikes on her arms and long flowing black hair. She had two front toes on each foot and an additional set of smaller pectoral muscles below their primary set to help move her second set of arms. She wore an outfit like a traditional gladiator outfit that had a white headpiece, a white suit of armor, and a skirt on the bottom of similar color. Like the previous alien, she had a red dot symbol, though in her case it was on her belt's buckle. The final figure looked like a floating octopus with black and white tentacles, a head that looked like three bluish-green brains in a bowl covered by a face that appeared to be projected from somewhere. Tipishan was built on the island that was originally inhabited by the dark wizard Iris, who used it to lure and torture Muggle sailors. Askey's POV, Galactic Enforcers. No way! I kept telling myself as I was finally sure who these three beings were. Greetings. The first alien, who I recognized as their leader, said, I am Ultimos, the Speculum Prime of my people. This is Magister Synaptek and Queen Teeny. We are part of the Galactic Enforcers. Once he finished declaring their group's name and identifying his colleagues, they all struck a pose, leaving me and the girls to cringe a little. As per the Galactic Code of Conduct, we hereby officially request clearance to operate in your quadrant. Ultimos requested us. If you three don't bear hostility towards us, my permission is granted. I said more out of formality than actual concern. Excellent. Then we have much to discuss with you. The wannabe Superman said with clear excitement before one of his crewmates stepped forward and approached me while levitating himself. So, it is true, the octopus alien said as a matter of factly. The Omnitrix is in possession of an Earthling. I've heard your species has a somewhat limited mental capacity, but given what we saw from the broadcast of your fight before it was cut, you've certainly mastered the Omnitrix to a certain extent. Thanks, I do what I can, I told him while subtly activating my DNA scan. Apologies for asking this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. One of our integrants was sent to investigate the whereabouts of the Omnitrix. From the reports that I received, this investigation was intercepted from the start by the infamous warlord. Synaptek inquired while inspecting my Omnitrix. So since not only have we lost contact with our member, but you have publicly declared Vilgax's defeat, I must ask just to be sure. Did you happen to know anything about another Galactic Enforcer named Exilane? Just as I heard the name of one of Grandpa Max's many girlfriends, the visor on my Omnisuit informed me of what transformation I've unlocked from Synaptek. Another Ixorite? Is he a cyborg just like Crab? Regardless, I guess it explains the similar powers. Thankfully, I've managed to keep my body language under control and not give away my surprise with all this extra unexpected change of the canon, but my momentary silence prompted Synaptak to conjure up a mental image of the green alien I recalled appreciating Max's cooking skills. Unfortunately not. I told the floating bowl stuffed with brains, but from my brief encounter with Vilgax, he had just fully recovered from a near-death injury. Perhaps your friend was the one responsible. It definitely sounds like the sort of stuff she would pull. Synaptic muttered with a bit of pride in his voice as he dismissed the holographic image until it gave way to a more somber comment addressed at no one nearby. Damn it, Ixid. Why did you go alone? If she is really dead, I'm sorry for your loss. I told him, not willing to risk revealing what I knew just yet, to which I merely received a nod. Ahem. Ultimos cleared his throat and assumed the lead once again. Indeed, we shall mourn her after we know better. As I was about to say before that subject was brought up, Hero of Earth, in the name of the Galactic Enforcer, I would like to thank you about the service you did by putting an end to this criminal facility. The cretin known as Slicks, Vigma, had avoided incarceration from the many crimes he had committed against the Galactic Society. Well, about that, Kate suddenly spoke up, scratching her head in embarrassment. Let's just say that you won't be able to handcuff this Slicks guy. To Ultima's credit, despite the way he talked, he quickly understood what Kate was trying to say. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. As the ones responsible for policing this quadrant, the Galactic Code of Conduct dictates that it befalls to you the decision of how better to punish the criminal, especially given how you are all victims of his crimes, he continued while displaying a bit of righteous fury. The audacity to broadcast such atrocities. We've only failed in intercepting this ship up until now due to its highly advanced hyperspace system. By the way, Tanya finally spoke up, though just like it had happened in canon, she smiled and winked her left set of eyes at me in a flirty gesture. Flexing her muscles while having a hard time acknowledging my personal space, meanwhile Synaptak wore a very annoyed expression. We've seen your special breed of Tetramand and I must say, really impressive. She was considerably larger and more voluptuous than Jennifer as her Handiva, 4 arms, transformation, nearly the same height as I was in my ultimate Tetramand form. But what drew my attention more was the fact that Ultimas addressed her as Queen. Wasn't Luma a princess amongst the species of these 4-armed giants? Does that mean they are mother and daughter? Hey lady, if you don't mind, Lucy and Gwen were about to come to my aid before I raised my arm and calmed them down. It's okay, girls. I got this. I told them with a friendly smile before turning back to the hulking woman staring at me with hungry eyes. I thank your highness for the compliment, but I must say that I've yet to be impressed, though unlike it is to your people, might alone doesn't mean all that much to us. Perhaps if my homeworld ever gets threatened, such an opportunity might present itself. While everyone else took this sentence of mine as me rejecting Tina's advances, from the way she smirked while nodding her head, I was assured she understood my conditions. Suddenly, I heard Synaptak's voice coming from closer to Technorg's position. What do we have here? Another Detravite, though this one is of a different color than your species, boss. Oh, sure. Why does it not surprise me that Squidbrain and Shiva here weren't the only ones with their lore changed? I thought while turning to face Ultimus. As Synaptak kept scanning the confused Technorg, he said, limited mental capabilities, not unlike apoplexians, all brawn, no brains. You know the type. I've studied your files. Never had I considered that you had anything to do with Project Vulcanus. Ultimus spoke with a sentimental tone before looking at me from over his shoulder. Omniboy, I thank you in the name of my people for freeing one of us. Technorg was clearly confused with all of what Ultimus was saying. Apparently, he had no memory of his homeworld, and from the files I got after hacking into the Megacruiser's database, neither was Slick's Vigma the one responsible for capturing him. But in all honesty, this killed 2 birds with 1 stone for me. Ignoring Ultima's words, I addressed the one whose loyalty I knew I had earned, regardless if he called me master or not. Technorg, I know nothing of what your homeworld is like, and nor can I assure you that you will be happy there, but I can at very least help you reject them if that's what you desire. This seemed to have caught the leader of these Galactic Enforcers by surprise, but before he could mutter any sort of assurance that they were a group dedicated to doing good, Technog himself spoke up with a decisive tone. I'm very thankful for your consideration, Omniboy, but I believe I must at least give a chance to this new path of life presented for me. The orange Goliath approached me and knelt once again, despite my request for him not having to do so. Once again, I thank you for freeing me. Be safe, big guy, I told him with a friendly tone before turning back to Ultimos. As much as I appreciate the time to talk with other professional heroes, I must ask you three to take your leave. Me and my allies must return to our planet. What about the megacruiser? Synaptic asked with clear second intentions. I will keep it for myself, I said, while going straight to the point. Are you sure? It is a bit too advanced for Earth standards. I believe your kind has yet to surpass level 3 of technology. Synaptic tried to convince me to give it, but despite me not needing her help, Kate stepped forward and argued back with a small chuckle. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that alien watch of a considerably higher level? I believe we can handle this floating arena just fine. Synaptic clearly wasn't satisfied, but before we wasted any more time on this discussion, Ultimus declared while leading Technog towards their ship. Since it has been part of criminal activity in your jurisdiction, we can't possibly force you to give it up to us. I can only hope you make good use of it and put it to a better use than its previous owner. Oh, almost forgot about it. You and your group's unorthodox methods are just what we need to defeat this new breed of criminals. Ultimus said as he handed Teeny 4 badges. By the provisions set forward by the Galactic Code of Conduct, we officially extend to you full commissions in the Galactic Enforcers. Good idea, bad idea, Teeny and Synaptic said at the same time, the former holding 1 badge in each of her hands. It would seem that I am the deciding vote to formalize this petition, and I say you 4 would all be welcome to join us. Ultimos declared while signaling for Teeny to proceed. I hope that we meet again soon, Teeny said while handing me my own badge. Likewise, I casually said while inspecting the badge and ordering Alpha to make sure it was safe. It almost went past me unnoticed how Teeny began hyperventilating with my words. Geez, these Tetramand women can barely keep it in their pants. The Queen of the Tetramans smiled and walked over to her partners and their new passenger. Galactic Enforcers, away! Ultimos declared just as I finished scanning his mutation, making me really glad that I didn't miss on those sweet, sweet Kryptonian powers. Even if they are still far from the real deal, I still believe it will suit me well after evolving them. They then teleported back to their spaceship, leaving their new friends behind. This summer continues to surprise me, I said with a sigh. You've said it. Kate agreed while looking around the hangar of the megacruiser, with both Lucy and Gwen concurring alongside her. Soon after, we were all teleported down in the exact same windmill farm that we had previously been having a mock battle under Grandpa Mac's training. Guys, Mac said as he saw us in the grass, are you all right? I've been looking all over for you 4. Where have you been? Long story, I told him, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to believe us. Try me, Mac said with a smile. His previous concern at our absence was slowly going away now that he saw us all being safe and sound.